beneficial for larger part of the society. So with this intention, considering the national IP policy, which is in place since from 2016, and taking into the consideration of the theme of the WIPO, we thought of hosting the today's conference on this particular title, creating an awareness for young innovator and entrepreneur. If you look at a journey which started 2016 when IP policy has come in place, fair enough. We are moving ahead with a concept called Creative India or Innovative India. But what we are doing, including my institution or any educational institution or industry or even government, we are just into just giving an awareness, engaging a session like 1 hour, 2 hour, a webinar, guest lecture, symposium, conference, a oral kind of awareness we are doing. But now it's a right time. We need to move apart from giving an oral awareness or making them understanding what IPR is all about. We need to move ahead to giving a hands-on training for the student and the youth. That is very, very essential. If the students and the youth, if they are able to understand the nature of research, what they come out, what can be patentable, what can be protected under IP, what cannot be protected. And if they cannot protect it, they can go for the publication. If it can be protected, they can go for the IP protection. But this basic training need to be provided. In addition to that, they must be trained with prior art search, how to draft the specification, how to apply, how to file an application. These are the basic elements need to be trained. Then and then only, I think, to some extent, we can meet or we can reach the concept of creative or innovative India. I think in addition to that, I think today we do have a very eminent speaker with us who are going to throw a light on various topics connecting to the IPR. You are able to understand today, the first speaker is going to put his insight or the view pertaining to the significance of intellectual property in this business world. In this competitive business world, if you want to boost your business, if you want to take a business ahead, you need to take care of your intellectual property. And the next speaker is going to throw a view on pertaining to the role of youth in this technological and innovative world. Yes, what role need to be played? That is also more important, because in the technological era, things are keep fast changing, and the youngster need to be competent enough in coming out with innovation and at the same time protecting their innovations. And the next topic is going to discussed by one of eminent speaker. I think they are going to, and it is very important topic, I can say, indigenous and local community entrepreneur. I think if you look at recently, a lot of women entrepreneur or young entrepreneur are coming from indigenous community. But awareness about IPR is somewhere it is negligent, I can say, or the people are not so competent enough in protecting their IP, where there is a need of an hour to make them to understand. If you look at this concept of indigenous community, and if we go back, if we connect with the traditional knowledge, it is a very, very wide area. But within the time limit, I think the speaker is able to justify this topic: traditional knowledge, traditional cultural expression, biodiversity. All these are connected, and how we need to protect, how we need to give, protect the moral interest of the community, at the same time, the inventor interest. And then the last topic, but it is very, very important and very much essential, I can say, wherein it speaks, I think the speaker is going to throw a light on the value of IP in a different sector, in agriculture, in sports, and also in the art. As we all know, agriculture is the backbone of our economy. After industrial revolution, fair enough, things have been changed, but agriculture till today we are dependent on. And the day will come wherein again we will be back to the agricultural. Agriculture is having its own importance. So now understanding how the IP is going to play even in an agricultural sector, and the sports is also one of the very much essential element for the student and the youth. There also IP plays its own role. I think you are going to have a very informative session, the last session from Mr. Pranav. So this is how the various topics are going to be discussed in this one-day symposium. I hope each and every participant will benefit with all these experts, domain experts who are there with us. And I wish all the very best for this today's event. And now I give an opportunity to the next distinguished guest to take a call. Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. On the behalf of Navratna University, I cordially welcome our respected keynote speaker, Dr. Anandya Sarkar, Chair Professor of IPR, Nalsar University of Law, Hyderabad. He holds his expertise in IP acquisitions, management, and implementation of complex corporate acquisition and successful organizational integration. Dr. Sarkar is currently engaged in consulting, strategizing, teaching, and training programs in the field of intellectual property management. His last employment was as AVP and head of IP with Infosys Limited and was responsible for IP activities of the company and its subsidiaries. Prior to this, he was instrumental in setting up the IP department for the Biocon Group as well, a premier biotechnology company in Bangalore, India. Dr. Sarkar, a registered patent agent, has a unique distinction of 2 PhDs, one in science and the other in law. During his long professional involvement in IP, he had spearheaded several acquisition programs, both in and out licensing of IP. He has figured in the Lex Witnesses Hall of Fame top 50 as a prominent player in the India's legal sector in 2010. Additionally, Dr. Sarkar is a visiting faculty on IP with several law schools and universities. I would like to invite you, sir, to enlighten the audience with your precious words. Please, sir, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Shivam, for your kind words. It will be great if you can give me a share access to share my screen.
Yes, sir, we've given you access.
Wonderful. Okay. Now, am I audible and you can see the screen as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to today's program. Before I start, it's a wonderful program which is being, collated together. I thank Professor Sujata for having me a part of this program. And then, this program is mainly addressed to young innovators and entrepreneurs. So, and the level of IP awareness. So I would like to keep my keynote to the 20 minutes which have been allotted to me, and let's take it forward. Okay. Now, this program, today's program, is also a celebration of World IP Day. Okay, so it may be belated, doesn't matter. I wish all of you all the very best of World IP Day. So World IP Day is, being connected with WIPO in different capacities. I always like to feel that I should talk about a little bit about World IP Day. World IP Day is celebrated globally in April 26th. Nowadays we have a day for everything and anything. The good part is that, which I noticed 2 years back, that even artists have started making cards on World IP Day. So and this year's theme is innovating a better future for IP and youth. Okay. Now, when I talk about youth, one should always keep in mind, I'm sure many of you know this, there is 1.8 billion youth in the globe today. 1.8 billion youth is a very, very high number. Okay, and more than 85% of that is from developing countries. When I say 1.8 billion youth, I mean people who are below the age of 24. Okay, this is what the UN statistics says. And this youth is the most powerful thing of today and also tomorrow. And it's not only IP. They're going to, see, everybody in this world is not going to work on IP, but this youth is the energy. Okay, they are an incredible and untapped source of ingenuity and creativity. And I'm sure many of them will put in their efforts to have a sustainable footing in the future. If you look at it across the globe, young people are stepping into innovation challenges, using all their energy and ingenuity, their curiosity, their creativity to a better future. So, this youth power is amazingly high. Okay. And some of them are very excited about in the amazing world of IP2. Now, with that, let's look into the topic, which is the today's program. Today's event is all about the entrepreneurship and the young inventors. If you look at IP, okay, IP is not Section 28, Section 29 of this act or that act. Okay. That's been taught. Even I teach it. Okay. The actual practice of IP is far, far more and far, far more overreaching than that. So the cycle of IP starts with the creation. That creation leads to an application and subsequently to a protection. Now, protection is important. That's what we're going to talk about. And protection is voluntary. See, in this world, when things are not mandatory and voluntary, many of the times things don't get done the way they should have get done. So once you have a protection of IP, you would actually lead to a very, very successful business model. Now, that business model can be different, whether you are a young inventor, whether you're working in an institute, or in a college, a university, or you are a startup. The key here is protection. Now, to what extent you want to do about it? Now, let's look into some of those points as we move forward. Basically, TRIPS has divided IP into a few categories. Trade-related agreements. TRIPS, which we are all signatories, including India, has put a bunch of buckets. These are different buckets for treatment of different kind of IPs. And what are these buckets all together? They're a group of a legal right that gives you some protection for the innovation, the inventions, and your creativity. And that's what is quite important. Okay, you want to create something, you want to use it, there should be some protective methods. As per TRIPS, we have copyright, trademark, patents, which are the three most important. The other things are geographical indication, industrial design, integrated circuit, trade secret, and plant varieties. The last one, which you see in the slide, is contract. It's not something which TRIPS says. This is something which I have put in. To have a proper functioning of all the IP and the proper business model, you need to have contracts. And that is no least, that's equally and sometimes more important. Remember, IP is not science, not law. IP is a joint venture between science and technology, legal studies, and management. That's what leads to the benefit, the commercialization, the maximization of IP. Now, since, I'm also a teacher, I'm always tempted to explain things. So I thought, I'll spend a minute to explain what these are. See, copyright covers the creative expression of literature. It could be music, cinema, drama, sound recordings, and also software codes. Trademarks are the various signs which are used for products and services. Okay. Then we have patents. What are patents? Patents are for technology and innovation. Okay, and and the protection of those innovation in various forms. We have GI, okay, which actually indicates the origin of the product. We have industrial design, and this is basically what the design elements which appeal to the eye. Okay, we have integrated circuits, which looks upon to the design and functionalities of various chips. Trade secret, okay, most of the countries do not have a statute, a law for trade secret, but this is usually governed by confidentiality and other non-disclosure techniques. Plant varieties, how to protect plant varieties, and these are basically for asexually produced variety, seed varieties. And to have all of them functioning, you need contracts, you need agreements. Okay, don't underestimate agreements; they are important. When you are in business, when you're creating, you are in a different mind space, you're doing different kind of work, but these contracts are the bindings which are or which can be enforced by law. Now let's look at what is a complete IP cycle. It's not just just not creation and other things. There are many aspects, small aspects which are there. So at one end you have the IP generators, the creators, which could be a lab, a university, a company, or an individual inventor. And the other end, you have the ones who utilize them. They can be companies, startup, new ventures, governments, and so on and so forth. And to bring these things, these activities, from the generators to the users, there are several unit functions. And several unit functions, I've listed down some of them, or the most major ones here. They are like, enforcement, accounting, licensing, alliances, consulting, there are brokers involved, there are finances. Now, if you really look into this, today's IP world has grown by leaps and bounds. Each one of those small ovals which you see is a profession by itself. And we are picking it up. The developing world is picking it up from the developed world. And these activities, more or less, some more, some less, are required essentially to make. See, there's no point in you creating an IP if you can't monetize it, you can't utilize it, it's not being used. But you need some of them, or maybe some of all of them, to transfer it from your left to the right. Now, there are cases when you just keep shut, do nothing. That's what I call when you ignore it. When you ignore it, it's lost and lost forever. There's no recovery sense. It is not always true, or not always the only scenario when the IP generators have to give it to IP utilizers. The IP generators themselves can use it for their own. You don't always buy a house to give it for rent. Sometimes you can stay in your own house. So you get into production and signal, which leads to a lot of business success, and you can reinvest them, and the cycle goes on. There could be occasions where the production and other activities are abandoned, and that's the end of it. Okay. And let me tell you one important thing. This is the cycle which goes on and on. And if you're not part of the cycle, you're not part of the IP cycle, which is going to commercialize it. I'm not saying that you need to be in all of these activities. You have to be in filing, definitely, in development. You may not be in reverse engineering. You may do your financing yourself. So you may not require other agencies to help you for that. So what's the main aim? Forget the law, forget the statute. The main aim of IP development is only two. It's a game between value and risk. And let me tell you one point here. The game between value and risk is very simple. You maximize your value and minimize your risk. Since I said, that, IP is a joint venture between science, technology, law, and management, it's not always that it's a risk-free zone. It is not. So the aim is very, very simple. Keep in mind that the aim is maximize your value and minimize your risk. And how do you maximize your value? By improving your IP and by doing a proper branding exercise. And how do you minimize your risk? You minimize this risk to see that you have a sustainable business model and you have near zero violation of others' IP, others' unexpired IP. So I want to bring you something, which is not very, very common on the IP creators, is how you manage this risk. Sometimes it gets ignored, okay, especially among the young inventors and the entrepreneurs and the startup people. So I would suggest that you should have a proper IP management system. You should have proper visibility. You can have a proper eye on your potential problems, make preventive practices, and be straightforward to respond to violations. When I say you adopt an IP management system, it's a cross-divisional system. Everybody works into it. It's not that, the two guys in the IP cell or the IP department that do everything. No, they are not capable. We need to have a integration and a cross-divisional team. And that should be clearly visible. Okay, the visible is through due diligence of supply chain members and potential partners who contribute to the development of IP. If you have a partner, if you have somebody who's supplying, or if your co-development or it's a co-creation, everything gets into the game. And the visibility should be clear. Not only with you, your suppliers, your vendors, your co-creators, with everybody. You should have a compliance and a proper alignment with all of them. And to achieve all that, what can you do? You can provide proper awareness, training. You can take proactive measures to identify risk factors and share the best practices. Okay. Violations may happen. Violation is bad, but it's not the end of the world. You can have both a corrective and a preventive measure to hold it. You encourage people to comply with those preventive and corrective measures, and you can think of some incentives. Nothing works without a system, so you must have a governance structure. The governance structure should have a risk evaluation system. You should have the risk evaluation is not only yours, you need competitive intelligence, competitive information of other players in this department, in this domain, and you should also build our information disclosure screening. No governance structure works without monitoring, so you can build up your monthly or quarterly system of monitoring. Develop your key metrics, which you can be later used for benchmarking the procedures and the processes. Now let's look at how things are moving in India. In India, if you look at the four major components, four major buckets of IP, it takes 3 to 4 years to get a patent grant. But however, if you are a startup or you are an MSME, you get accelerated examination. It's something like your Tatkal scheme. And you get it done within a year, which is an incredibly fast timing. Not too many countries in the world can do or reach a conclusion about a patent within a year. Okay. Here in India, we are doing it for small entities, individual inventors, natural person, MSMEs, startups, etc., which I feel is an incredible thing. TMs, based on the number of opposition you have, but sure enough, a trademark can be cleared within 2 years. Copyright takes about 8 months and design takes about 4 months. Now that's where we stand in India today. Now, let me also show you some statistics of India. Now, I chose patents because it was easy to get the data. Okay. Now, what has happened all over is, there have been reports from the Ministry of Commerce and Industries, which shows that there have been reasonable progress in this area. Okay. The numbers have increases. Okay. It's more than 50% in the last 7 years, number of filings. There's a reduction in time for examination, okay, which was on an average 72 months 7 years ago. It's about 5 to 20 months now, which is great. And if you look at the grant has been also increased 5 times, which is also an amazing number. It's an amazing achievement. But at the same time, if you look at International Global Innovation Index, okay, we have moved 35 ranks up from what we were on 7 years back. Now, this is a small graph which shows you the number of patents being filed. This is the filing, okay, the blue one. And the orange one is the number of grants. You can see that it's steadily increasing, steadily increasing. And sometimes there is a bump which shows, some increase in the level of quantas. For those who have been following newspapers and other media, you would have found that there has been a lot of news that for the first time, the domestic filing of Indian patents have increased over the foreign filing. Well, let me tell you one thing. It has happened in the last quarter, and that's all we have. This is a domestic filing. You'll find that this quarter-wise broken. The last quarters show a higher number of domestic filing as compared to foreign filings. Now, this is good because, this anyway 5-fold increase. And I hope and, all of us look forward that this number is going to be sustained, and we are going to have this graph going, the blue one going higher and higher again. Okay. But if we look at globally, let's look at the global figures of patent filing. You'll be surprised. There are about 3.3 million patents being filed in a year, last year. Okay. And of that, 85% is from, take a guess, 85% of this 3.2, million patents are from China, followed by US, Japan, Korea, and the European Union. You look at it, and it's an increase of just close to 7% in China, and China themselves is filing about 1.5 million patents a year in China. So the innovation community there have more inventions to file in that compared to other countries. I have only kept the top 10 here. Okay, it can go further down and look at the numbers. We saw our Indian numbers also in the previous slide, and you can also see it here. It's around 56,000. Which happens to be, positioned at number 7, not at all a bad number to be there in the global scenario. But if you look at an IP globally at large, well, we have had about 3.3 million patents being filed last year, 3 million utility patents, 17.2 million trademarks have been filed, and 1.4 million industrial design. Why am I giving you these numbers? See, this is the gap which is the increase in the last year for all of them. Why am I giving you these numbers? This number is just to put down a perspective that globally, innovation and IP production is going great guns. And the numbers are a clear reflection of how things are moving. Now, something for the young innovators and the entrepreneurs for whom this, this main event is primarily targeted. A few things, just keep in mind some of them. So size doesn't matter. It's quality which is more important. You may have a large size, it gives you bigger muscle, stronger muscle. And definitely, large size has a competitive advantage because it leads to higher valuation of your portfolio. But one should never lose sight on the quality. I have seen in my practice that a couple of patents who were qualitatively so important and critical could actually counterbalance a big bag of patents which were a few thousands. So more focus on the quality. As I show in this figure, it's not always the bigger pencil has a bigger reflection or a bigger impact. It's the quality which is important. And it's not one kind of IP. One should look for multi-layer protection, so that you can strengthen your portfolio. Go for multiple patents, go for trademarks, go for design, depending on as your case. These are not blanket suggestions, depending on your case. Now let's look at some of the things which the young, where the young inventors and founders sometimes are, a little distressful. The first thing is, do you really own that IP? See, the researchers and founders are sometimes not clear what IP they own and how much they own. And to see that this falls in place, there you need to have proper employer-employee, contractors agreement, so that the ownership of the IP is with the practicing entity. See, there will be investors who will have a stake on the IP. There will be grants, which could be from private parties or government. They may claim an ownership of the IP. So that part is very important to be clear. You can't make a plan on an IP which is partially or wholly owned by somebody else. It's very, very critical to understand that. Now, when I talk to startups, I work with quite a few startups. The founders, I've found, are in too many things, or in everything. Now, the staff is restricted, so they need to be in too many things. And when you are in too many things, IP many times is not really a priority. Initially, it's looked upon as a cost, not as an investment. Until they come to your position where the investor, whether it's an angel investor, a virtual or a venture capitalist, and you are at a B-level funding, they ask you what is your IP. Don't wait for investors to remind you about IP. Okay, so you must do a proper market analysis. Not only about your present market, also about your future market. Look at the potentials, the opportunities, and also the uncertainties. It's difficult, I understand, because startups have limited resources and have, it's very difficult to make some choices. But don't forget, the investors is going to be bullish. So you have to take a proper stance, do a proper market analysis, the market size, the segment, the customer, the competitions, the growth, etc. Lastly, but not at all leastly, one of the most important part is, do you have a freedom to practice your own pattern? You may have a patent, you may have a technology, you may have registered and protected your IP, but do you have a freedom to use your own IP? I've tried to put some Venn diagrams, this is the ideal situation where your IP is in this violet color and your competitor IP is totally separate. But in real practice, such Venn diagrams rarely exist. What you get is the later three, where there is a mix. A part of your IP and your competitor IP blends. You have a union here. Okay. Or your competitor IP may be totally inside your IP. Or the reverse, you may be inside your total company. This is the worst situation to be when you look at practice in business. This is the ideal. A is the ideal, D is the worst, C is comfortable, D is manageable. In reality, A is a rare situation. We have to deal with B, C, and D. So, and don't get into this just because you've gotten. You should be conscious about it. Okay. And just a few more minutes, another thing which I found in young inventors and startup is a lot of procrastination. This procrastination leads to loss of opportunities. My biggest question, if not now, when? You should do it now, right now. If you're not doing it right now, protection, then you should have an answer when I'm going to do it. Since there's a cost involved, there's a huge amount of procrastination which happens in smaller companies, startups, research foundation. There is an approval process, so much and so, which leads to a loss of time. And these are very expensive loss of time. They can become deal breakers. You should take that decision. Don't wait for the investor to remind you about all this. And lastly, this is my last slide, something I've taken from a book. It's a very, very nice book. I liked it. So I put on the front page here. It's edition at Boardroom. If somebody is interested and has the opportunity and interest, you can read this book. This book has really, in some of the chapters, put down the real crux of IP management. And I've tried to take in some of those facts from this book and present in this slide. And this should be your approach. Okay. You start from a defensive, cost control, profit center, integrated, and a visionary move. What do you mean by defensive? That, I'm clear, I'm not going to infringe anybody else's patent. Okay, that's the first stance. Or IP, let's put IP, not patents alone. I'm not going to infringe anything. See, when you're in a crowded bus or a train or something in a public transport, if somebody steps on your leg, it pains. But when you are in that crowded transport, what is your thought? You are not looking at whether somebody steps on your leg. You're more conscious that you don't step into somebody else's leg. It's going to be equal pain. That's the defensive level. I don't want to infringe anybody else's patent. The second level will be in a cost control, where you're more focused in incorporating this as a strategy to minimize cost. And where in the subsequent level, you try to transfer that cost to a profit. When you reach a level that this IP is an asset, it's not a cost. And that can lead to generate profit in an overall scenario of the business. Subsequently, IP cannot work alone. It has to be integrated with all business streams of the company, so you reach an integrated level, where your IP assets in all areas are part of your business strategy. And finally, the ideal one, the big companies, the big muscle, they are in a visionary stage. They're a very advanced level of IP management because they've been using it for a long, long time. They have proper strategies, and they're leaders in the industry. And let me tell you, it's not difficult. I've seen and I've worked from here to here in multiple organizations. It's a matter of time, it's a matter of vision, it's a matter of cooperation, it's a matter of support, and of course, it's a matter of budget. I think, I've not crossed my time limit. With that, I would like to end. Thank you. If there are, if the organizers have time, and I can take a few questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for filling our minds with not just theoretical but as well as practical knowledge by providing a statistical representation and its implications as well. Your guidance means a lot, sir. Thank you. Also, if anyone from the audience has a doubt, may put it up in the chat box. We'll acknowledge that. Thank you.
Sir, this is Samrat here. I am from IIT Kharagpur, RGSO IPL, Rajiv Gandhi School of Intellectual Property Rights Law School, sir. So I have a question. With the permission of the host, can I ask a question, sir?
Go ahead, Samrat.
Okay. Sir, thanks, sir. It was a very insightful lecture, sir. Sir, I wanted to understand when you talked about the ecosystem of technology, legal parlance, as well as the management as playing in tandem and a synergistic role when it comes to IP management and portfolio management, sir. Do you see that, is there any impediment when we see that India, because it's actually evolving as an innovation hub, because of its potential in terms of HR, we see that IP could be the main game changer in the coming years, vis-a-vis countries like, say, China, or for that matter, Philippines and other countries where there is utilization of HR and a cost-effective model of business. What's your opinion on that, sir?
Samrat, the answer is both yes and no. Okay, the most important part here is to identify the IP. Okay, so these terms are very loosely used. You have to identify if you have an IP, put a value to it. Okay. Secondly, you must at the same time see that you have an IP and you don't lose it. Once you have an IP, then what is the impediment of taking it forward? So impediment in smaller communities, startups, is mainly resource and money. And also, since there is limited number of people working there, the founders are too busy with many things. And, not only activities, things, and, there are competing budgets. So that's where we need to crack. So my only one-line answer is that if you feel you have a good IP, that is sure. It's not if you feel. It has been confirmed with proper pattern analytics, searches, and other things. You should not wait. You should take it forward. And once you do that, it's not a game with one company or two companies or one people, two people. See, if you want a community to go, it's a feeling. It's like a flare which has to grow in the community. See, the government of India is encouraging a lot of startups, giving them a lot of incentives. There are a lot of incentives for patent filings, whether it is, NRDC or TIFAC or many other about DST, DBT. Okay, where they even take care, where they give you money at the time of filing, at the time of grant. It's only your vision to take it forward. Does that answer your question?
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
So I would like to thank Dr. Anandya Sarkar to take out time from his busy schedule to grace this event. Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring and providing knowledge through this symposium and encouraging us with your words. The session was indeed very informative and would help law students in their future. Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen you again in our future events. I thank all other dignitaries on the dais for their valuable words and time. We are very fortunate to have sponsors for today's event. They are Mr. Sanjay Kumar Patel from Epsilon IP and Advocate P.R. Suryawala from White IP. I would like to invite our sponsor of today's event, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Patel, to share a few words with us. Please, sir.
Can you just check?
Yes, sir.
Sanjay Kumar.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Over to
Just
you.
finish the meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yes. Good morning and welcome to this IP Symposium by the Navratna University. And I must congratulate each and every people being the part of this symposium. And Dr. Anandya Sarkar, who is my mentor. Sir, you remember or not, but you have given the session at the Torrent Research Center under the NALSAR course, a customized NALSAR course for the Torrent, if you remember.
I do remember. Okay. I do remember.
Yeah.
The issue has become, in the last 10 or 15 years,
Yeah.
so many classes and so many trainings I have done.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's difficult, but I do remember, I remember when we were sitting together in between and having oranges.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And thank you for your enlightening session as a guest speaker. So it is really meaningful for all the audience. And as we are celebrating this as a part of the World IP Day and the theme for this IP and youth, innovating for the better future, we all know that without any doubt that in India, we have lots of talent with us, and there is no doubt about it. But where we are lacking is we have a talent, but because of the lack of proper guidance, proper direction, and proper mentorship, we are not able to match ourselves with the developed countries in terms of either startup or in terms of commercialization or any other things. But now, recently, we are now having the 100 unicorns in our baskets. It shows that now we are getting mature, we are getting experience, and we are having the infrastructure and resources to make it possible with this 100 unicorns. And it's definitely a good platform. And I also must congratulate the government of India for creating so much awareness campaign, and also would like to congratulate on this particular occasion of 4th National IP Symposium by the Navratna University. Sir, it is the part of that process that you are providing a platform to these young entrepreneurs, and through these sessions, they will get to know about the basics of intellectual property, and if they are creating something, if we are innovating something, how they utilize the intellectual property for the success of their startup or a business. And during the throughout day sessions, you have a very good sessions, the speakers over today throughout the day, which will highlighting the one or another topics, touching upon the intellectual property, the startups and the commercialization and licensing and all. So being a excellent IP founder, patent and trademark attorney, it's my also personal mission to educate at least 1 lakh people about the intellectual property subject by December 2025. And thank you, Navratna University, for giving this platform, and you are being a part of this awareness campaign, and wish you all the best. Take maximum benefit out of the expert speakers who are today. So it will help you in your journey. Either you are doing a startup or even if you are starting with a job, this knowledge will definitely going to help you. So wish you all the best, and thank you for inviting me for the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. We also have representatives from White IP. So if anyone have any contribution, please.
Yeah, we request from White IP can share views pertaining to the symposium. Any representative from White IP? Okay, we can proceed, Trupti. Okay.
Yes. I would like to thank all our sponsors of today's event, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Patel from Epsilon IP and Advocate Yash Suryawala from White IP. Thank you for taking out time for investing in our event. Your sponsorship has perhaps helped us pull it off with a great glory. Now we will be starting with our technical session 1. I request all the participants to stay back. We will be starting with our technical session 1.
I, Khushbu Gyanchandani, welcome you to the first technical session of 4th IPR Symposium. Moving on towards our first speaker of this symposium, I would like to welcome a respected speaker, Ms. Bindisha Sengupta. She is Deputy Manager in Gujarat State Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited, Vadodara. Ms. Sengupta has done Master of Business Laws from National Law University and BCom LLB honors from Gujarat National Law University. She has also done a diploma in corporate laws and diploma in intellectual property rights from ASCL Law School. She has many publications to her name, notably Hindu Succession Act 2005, Improving Women's Right to Property in West Bengal Law Reporter and Web Media and the Consumer, the Society of the Spectacle, in the first International Conference on Globalization and Consumer Protection, Kansalingam University, Madurai, and IIPA, New Delhi. I invite you, ma'am. The stage is all yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me to deliver on the topic that has been given to me. Now, I would like to show the presentation that I have prepared. Ma'am, can you help me in doing this, or anybody?
Yeah, you have a sharing rights, Vidisha. You try.
We have given you the sharing right.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. 1 second. I am not being able to show this now. Okay. I somehow don't see the option here.
Yes, ma'am. We are able to see your screen.
Second. Can I see the screen? Okay, 1 second. Is it? Can you see the PPT?
Ma'am, we can see your screen, but not your presentation.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see the presentation.
All right, fine. So the topic that we are going to discuss today is intellectual property and innovation, boosting business competitiveness. So far, we got knowledge from the discourse of Sarkar sir, where he has tried to cover everything, majorly even the innovation portion also in it. But now we'll discuss this particular topic, that is innovation and competitiveness with IP. Now, first, when we start, see, every day when we start our day, throughout the day, since the time we get up in the morning to the time we go off to sleep, there are certain things, beginning from this laptop that we are using right now, World Wide Web, then our mobile phone, technology, and everything, whatever we are accessing. So everything is essential for us to live. We can't live without anything. So the issue is, when we talk about innovation, these all are part of innovation that the mankind has done. Now, when I talk about innovation, another term that comes in our mind is invention. At times, we use these two words alternatively, but there is a thin line difference between innovation and invention. And when we start the discussion on this topic, we'll have to first understand the difference between innovation and invention. See, invention is about creating new products, services, process, or technology. And invention can be something which is natural or which can be induced. Like human being actively, consciously takes part in inventing something. That is called innovation. But the point, we consciously try to commercialize that invention, that becomes an innovation. So there has to be a marketability of some invention. There shall be some positive motive for doing something to bring some change in it, and something which can influence the life of individuals, influence the lives of human beings. That is what invention is all about. Now, when we go for invention, be it at the individual level, to some organization, at whatever scale it is, maybe some large organization, maybe some startup, anybody. Whenever we are going into innovation, first we are understanding that there's a problem. And what is the problem? We'll have to identify that. What problem is requirement in the market. And thereafter, we'll go ahead taking innovative techniques, innovative steps and methodologies to come out with a solution, which is ultimately the innovation. So if we are to give the concrete definition of what innovation is, it's a product of creative thinking, development of new, unique, creative, and most importantly is useful, original and useful and valuable ideas, visions, and creations, which is giving us a new and better process, product, and services. When I talk about innovation, remember one thing, innovation can be in every field, be it technology, be it a product or a process, it can be anything. In any field, there can be innovation. So now, if I am to give an example, I've written it down there so that, once you go through the slides, you'll be able to relate the concept with the examples. Now you see the vintage cars that we used to have in earlier days. Now we have new generation cars where you have artificial intelligence, embedded computers, a lot of things. Now you see, not only from the design perspective, but from several perspectives, there are significant changes in the older technology, the older design, and the technology design that we are using nowadays. There is a lot of effectiveness that has been added, efficiency, you see more of equipment, way more safer and reliable. And again, another thing I've written, this is Elon Musk's luxurious electric cars. So this is something very new in the market. We are trying to shift from the cars that we were using, which were running using fuels, your diesel, your petrol, everything. From there's a attempt of paradigm shift towards electric cars. There are several reasons behind it. The reasons can be your, it is causing a lot of pollution. It is the price of petrol, diesel, everything is going up. Fuels are gradually, everything is getting exhausted. So electric cars is something new addition in the field of innovation. And the usage of computer, as I said, in today's car, you will see embedded computers. So that previously what computers were being used for, they were used for computation purpose. Now you see computer being used everywhere, beginning from for the calculated purpose to listening to music, watching videos, running vehicles. So for everything we're using computer. So this is also a part of innovation that has happened over the period of time. Now, so as I said, there is a requirement that we identify and we try to bring in changes. Now, in the process of doing innovation, how much innovation has been done? What is the extent? What is the magnitude? What is the degree? That may vary from time to time. Say, for instance, discovery of smartphone, invention, the process, the technology, that has been something very new. But the point is, from time to time, when the generations are progressing, there you will see simple things like the megapixel of the camera, front camera, back camera. So everything is changing. Now, to what extent the changes are happening, that is subjective. Now, if we want to survive in today's world and we want to sustain in long run, there's a requirement of doing innovation from time to time, bringing in changes. Many of the industries are very adverse to this change. They don't want to, because innovation is a very critical job. not everybody's cup of tea. There are organizations, there are enterprises who are very pro to it, and they constantly do innovation. If I say in IT industry, in pharmaceutical industry, there are players who are constantly into innovation, but there are traditional industries as well who are not that very comfortable, who do not involve so much into taking up innovative processes. So that is why if you don't bring changes, if you don't address the requirements of the market, basically your service, your product, process, whatever you are offering to the market, that is going to get obsoleted in future. So therefore, everybody from the industry's perspective should take part in the process of innovation, in the process of bringing in change in the field that we are in. And I really don't say that it is only the responsibility of the research and development team to take care of the innovation. Because when I say that, as we discussed, the core of innovation is the invention. Now, invention is the responsibility, scientific invention is the responsibility of the research and development team. Whereas when I say one step ahead, that is the innovation, there every department of the organization, even in the legal department we are in, we all should take part. Production, legal, finance, every portion of management, everybody should take part in the process of bringing in innovation, which is one step above invention, which is the responsibility of research and development team. Now, as we said, that everybody, every industry, every organization should take part in the innovation process, which will ensure their sustainability in long run. Now, the question arises, why? What is the need of doing so much innovation? I already cited this example of Microsoft, Apple, Intel, who are heavily into the innovation portion and innovation part. They're innovating, constantly taking effort. Now, what all are the advantage they are getting because of what? They are so much into it. See, firstly, as Anandya Sir said, quality of the product is something which is very important. Not only the quantity, how many patents you hold, how many trademarks you hold is, of course, these are also significant. But what matters is the quality that you are offering to the market. And the production process, you want to bring changes in the product, you want to come up with something new, superior quality product, superior quality process. You want to bring in products which are up to date, which are addressing the consumer requirement, and which are having longer lifespan. Now, you want to enter into a new market, expansion, diversification can be one of the reasons, and cater to the changing needs of the consumers. Then one very important thing is retaining market share. As we see in case of Apple, simple example, they offer us smartphones which are having unique requirement in the market. They have unique features, because of what you see a large portion of the market, they beginning from their operating system to various other technological advancements that they have offered through their smartphones, iPad, iPhone, everything. Now, why they are doing it? They are trying to retain the market share that they already hold. And also they want to be a market leader in long run. They want to ensure that their market share never goes down, it always goes up. And the unique requirements that the consumer has from this brand, they address this requirement all the time. And they remain to be the market leader. Now, another reason can be your cost cutting, more profitability, because the production cost, if you can cut down reasonably without changing the quality of the product, then you ultimately end up having more profitability, wastage of raw material, environmental damage. This is very, very much relatable to GSFC because we are dealing with hazardous substances. Now, when I'm into production of hazardous substances, I'm handling hazardous raw materials, I'll have to make sure that there is no environmental damage that is happening through this process. So therefore, I'll have to have any pollution, any pollutive substance which I'm releasing in the environment. I'll have to make sure that I have sufficient appropriate technology to do modification of that and make it less harmful to the environment, to the society, to the community. So that can also be a reason for going into innovation. Reducing energy consumption, because running the industries, you need a huge amount of energy. So their consumption also leads to expenses. Now, if you can reduce that, you can save energy, you can save cost, a lot of factors. Now, growth and sustainability, you want to be in the market, you want to offer superior quality of product. Ultimately, you are aiming towards having growth. And if you can grow this way, in a sustainable way, you are going to be there in the market for a longer period of time. Surviving in the competition, there is a tough competition happening. Say, for instance, if I have to cite again an example of GSFC, you see, we produce NPK fertilizers, sulfur fertilizers, we are offering it to the community, farmer community in the market. So therefore, you see, there is a tight competition always going on between the market players. GSFC, Hindalco, RCH, CIL, Chambal fertilizers. There are so many competitors in the market, only in the fertilizer field. I don't say about the chemical products that GSFC offer. So there's a tight competition. So we are always into innovation and offering superior quality products to the farmer at the reasonable cost, just to ensure that the market share that we have grabbed over the period of time since 1962, that remains there with us, and our reputation also enhances over the period of time. And lastly, creating employment opportunities. Today's workforce, they are always ready to embrace the changes. They are not the traditional minded people who don't encourage changes. So through this process, we can encourage the employment opportunity as well. Next, so this is what we saw innovation is all about. Now, next we are seeing what is IP. It has already been discussed. So I'll just, go through very briefly. IP is intellectual property. And from the name itself, we can understand that's the creation of human intellect, human mind, right? So there are various, even the tangible products are creation of human minds, but ultimately IPs are intangibles, which are of immense value to an industry. Now, if you see the balance sheet of your company, of your firm, you can see that intangibles are getting immense importance day by day. They're getting reflected in your financial statement. So you can understand how much importance they have. And it's a creation of human mind. So you will have to apply skill, judgment, experience, and most importantly, your knowledge and your market research, your understanding market requirement. So ultimately, all together bring in an intellectual property into an existence, which is an innovation ultimately, right? So it's the idea, and at the same time, which ideal creation, which is invention, and thereafter you go for public use of that, which is innovation, and ultimately the intellectual property is getting created. Now, creation of your intellectual property is not something which is enough. Once you create, you will have to go for protection of the same and ultimately the enforcement of the same. Protection means your registration, your renewal, and enforcement is when there is an unauthorized use by somebody, the bundle of rights, when you go for registration of the same, which is conferred on the creator by the government of India. So when there is an infringement of that, there is a requirement of enforcement. And later on, by the end of this presentation, we'll see that the loopholes, the challenges that we face in India, one of those challenges is improper or ineffective, I'll say, enforcement regime that we have under the Indian legal system. So exclusive right to make, use, reproduce, sale, or alienate, which is licensing, assignment, when you become the owner and you derive commercial benefit out of it. Why you are given this right? Because the time, effort, the monetary investment that you have made in the process of coming up with an intellectual property. So just to make sure that you encash that, you derive commercial benefit out of that. That is why IP is there. And it stops unauthorized use from any third party who is not authorized to use. Now, it is a territorial right, which is again a challenge because you register your right in India and thereafter you go for selling your product, marketing your product outside the country to some other jurisdiction. There you again have to register your right. So that is also one of the challenges which we will discuss at the end slide. And so you see, it's a bundle of right, reward given to the creditor for the effort that he has taken, and to make sure that he becomes encouraged for the creation that he has made. And once he gets the monetary return out of the investment that he has made, he will be encouraged to do further innovation. And IPs are very important for protection, because otherwise there will be theft, there will be copying, there will be stealing, so which will basically demotivate you and will put the hard work that you have put into rest. So therefore, there's a requirement of protecting it. Now, several types of IP rights, including trademarks. We know what trademark is, and again, not repeating. The protection period is 10 years, and you can renew it perpetually, because the type of right that it grants is such that there's a requirement of protecting it in the interest of products and services and industry. Now, an example, you can see that I have given 220 billion USD is the value of Amazon's all the trademarks together. So you can see as I said, that an intellectual property holds a huge value in the balance sheet. So Amazon's trademark itself cost 220 billion USD. So it has been valued so high. So from this example itself, you can see how justified the statement is that intellectual property holds so much value. Now, GSFC has various trademarks. The most prominent one in the fertilizer field is Sardar. Now, you go to the market. I mean, I'll tell you practical thing that in GSFC we face almost like every week we get reporting that so many parties, mostly from the Gujarat region, because Gujarat happens to be our prime market, they're all infringing our Sardar product. They're producing spurious product in the market, offering it to the farmers and the poor people who don't have so much deep understanding of the subject. They end up buying the spurious products, and we make sure that we take appropriate action against the party, because not only in the interest of the community, of course, that's something of the utmost importance. But as I said, the reputation which we have built up over the years painstakingly since 1962, that is going to get lost if some foul play like this continuously happen in the market. So there is a requirement. It's a registered trademark for us. We came up with this trademark, we registered it. So to make sure that we get protection. And ultimately, we are going for the enforcement measures to make sure that appropriate action is taken against the wrongdoers. Again, copyright. Copyright, we know what is copyright, and copyright example I can give. There is no protection on the idea. The protection is in the process of your expression of the idea. I can give an example. So there are many characters in Mahabharata. So if I choose one character, say for instance Arjun, and I want to write a novel on that, right? So there are already novels available in the market who highlight this character of Arjun. So if I also write, does that mean that I am doing copyright infringement? Absolutely not, because the idea is not wrong. It's infringible. It is the expression, the mode through which I am portraying the character is something which will be a subject of copyright. Now, when I say copyright, for the Harry Potter movies, the entire series, Warner Brothers, they have this copyright for that. But now, later on, when another player they wanted to create a a Harry Potter game, so in which they show the individual characters which were shown in the movie. So they had to approach to Warner Brothers for getting a license from them, because they're copyright holder. So this is so much importance that each and individual intellectual property hold in the market. Industrial design, Crocs shoes that we buy from the market, they look very different from the other shoes those are offered in the market. So that's a result of industrial design. Next, geographical indication, Darjeeling tea. I just had it in the morning. So it's the special quality that is associated with the geographical region that is being offered. Kolhapuri chappal, or many examples are there. And trade secrets, as Sir has already highlighted, that trade secret, we don't have a specific legislation for that, but it is governed, it is controlled through non-disclosure agreement, confidentiality agreement. Example, Coca-Cola recipe, KFC recipe, these are not available in the public domain, but subject of trade secrets. And lastly, the patents. So for patents, we know what all the essentials are. Firstly, has to be the patentable inventions, which are not forbidden under Section 3 and 4. There has to be novelty, there has to be inventive step and non-obviousness. And lastly, capable of industrial application, which I say the usefulness. Then only it becomes an innovation. Because before see the fourth point, it is the invention. The moment you make it suitable for usage, usefulness of the mankind, then it becomes an innovation, and that is what the patent is all about. The right of patents is of 20 years, and after that it will pass on to the public domain. And patents are granted to the true and the first inventors. Now, the next segment, which is innovation, IPR and competition. Now you see, if you do come up with an innovation, you are going to get IPR, intellectual property right, for protecting the innovation. And once IPR rights are granted to you, thereafter you will go for further innovation, because that's an encouragement, that's a reward for the effort that you have put. So therefore, these two are very complementary in nature. Now, the third point, which is competition, you put effort, like you see in our normal life, when there is an examination or in the workplace, when I put a lot of effort, I do a lot of work, right? I am very dedicated to my education, my studies, my work. I'm always going to get a competitive edge. When there is a fair play existing in the market, you remember your examination. When you study properly, when you write down, then when the result comes, you naturally score more. So the more effort you put, the more dedication you have in your work, you are going to get a competitive edge. The same rule applies for the organization, for the enterprise as well. So you see, in the market, in the open market, there is too much competition everywhere. There are market players who are constantly trying to outdo others, and they are trying to align their economic interest. Not only profitability, wealth maximization, and other objectives are there. And one of the factors which can boost competition, one of the factors which can make you the black horse, that is the innovation, that is protection of the innovation. Not only innovation, having innovation is not everything. You will have to take essential steps at the right time to make sure that your effort is protected from unauthorized use. Then only you achieve the edge in the market. So if you offer uncompetitive products in the market, you are not going to sustain. As I said before some time, that we offer fertilizer, NPK fertilizers, right? And we offer sulfur fertilizers also, which are market requirement right now. So we are doing constant innovation. We are doing constant to make sure that there are constant changes in our innovative process. I'll give you an example. Sulfur 90%. This is a component fertilizer. Now that can be offered in granules, that can be offered in form of powders. So initially, when we saw there is a requirement in the market of sulfur fertilizer, we came up with the granular sulfur fertilizers. But later on, we changed, we upgraded ourselves. We saw what all loopholes are there, what all challenges the farmers are facing in the process of using the granules. And we saw, okay, if we make it a powder, which is water dispersible in nature, it will be easier for the plants for uptake. It absorb for the soil to absorb the fertilizer, and the quality of the agricultural output, that is also going to improve. So you see, we do market research, we get constant input from the market, and on the basis of that, we understand what is the correct requirement of the community, targeted community. And we do constant development, constant changes in our R&D section. A lot of innovative processes are updated. And if we don't do that research, our product will be uncompetitive. And our competitors, say for instance, ABC, if they come up with sulfur 90% powder, then the market will be inclined towards buying from them. So it is always about the fair competition that is happening in the market. And we always encourage, we'll have to see that the Indian organization, in their enterprises, that put a lot of stress on innovation, invention, and the implementation of the same. Because the objective right now is making an Atmanirbhar, self-reliant India, where everything is produced inside. Everything we are coming up inside. We really don't need to import a lot of technology, product, process from outside. So now you see what all are the IPR benefits. We have already said that they hold a lot of immense value, and that is reflected in the balance sheet and is useful in the process of doing IP valuation when there is an inorganic construction, reconstruction happening, suppose merger, amalgamation, or any sort of external joint venture, and certain things are happening where the value of the enterprise as a whole is required to be determined. Now, you hold an IP, you go ahead for licensing, for alienation, and you get additional revenue through in form of royalties. I'll give you an example. Technip is a German company who are technology licensors. For our nylon 6 plant, GSFC produces nylon 6. We entered into a non-disclosure agreement, and we licensed the technology. That is a unique technology in the market, which is offered by Technip. So Technip uses the technology. They also produce nylon 6. They use the technology for producing their product. And at the same time, they offer it to us or anybody, any other company who are interested to take license from them, and they earn royalty out of that. So the amount of labor, the amount of labor they have put in coming up with this technology, through this they are earning additional revenue also, not only using for their own purpose but for through licensing. And this is if we have technology inside, then it will help us to export it. It will help us to license it outside, through which we will earn more amount of forex, which is your help us to, for the country as a whole, to maintain the balance of trade. Now see, as I said, reputation, your conduct in the market, which is helping you to build up reputation. If I have reputation, like as I said, in the fertilizer segment, GSFC holds a huge stake and reputation. In the IT segment, you will see Microsoft holds a huge reputation. The moment you have painstakingly earned reputation, goodwill in the market, the demand that you have from your ultimate consumer, that is going to be stable. And the profit that you're earning, that is also going to be stable. And you will, of course, try to increase the reputation, make sure that your profit margin goes up. But for that, again, innovation is needed. And when you do that, you get, of course, competitive advantage over the others. Now, this will help you in individualization of the business entity. And as an individual, it will be known in the market as an icon, as a, in the relevant field. And certain things, as I said, okay, these activities will help you to gain competitive advantage. It is going to allow you in avoiding legal, economic, ethical, contractual problems that companies often face. And in legal department, we are sitting here for handling certain situations which are resultant of certain activities. Now, we are the IP managers in GSFC or in an organization. We understand the value of IP because maybe we have studied this subject, we have certain knowledge on it. But when I have to talk about the other people, other 3,000 people who are working in GSFC, how do I make them conscious? See, it's like all of us working together will create a value, a proper IP regime, a proper IP management. Now, what are the steps that we need to understand? Firstly, you have to spread awareness. Knowledge is available everywhere, right? For which creates different types of IPs. So you will have to collate everything. You will have to accumulate everything from the organizational perspective. Now you'll have to have, in organization, we mostly have enterprise resource management system. And you will have to make this IP as one of the subsystems of it, so that everybody, whosoever is accessing this ERP system, they remain connected to the IP system. Also, I said there is a lot of knowledge available everywhere. So you'll have to identify, you will have to protect that, you will have to enforce that. And in regard to that, you will have to spread a lot of awareness amongst the concerned parties. Have proper IP regime, do proper IP management, have a proper IP cell in the organization, who themselves will not only work, will try to spread knowledge and include more and more number of people in this process. IP evaluation constantly in every quarter, and IP audit from time to time, maybe yearly. It is not a very common concept we are having right now in organization, but we'll have to do. And when it comes to patent licensing, technology licensing, commercialization, we have already talked about, given example of Technique, given us nylon 6 technology. So we will have to manage that well as well. And as Sir said earlier, that there's a requirement of doing proper contract to make sure that there is a protection of your interest. Next, IP law and competition law. We discussed about competition, how IPs are giving us competitive advantages in the market. But there can be a brief question. It appears that IP laws and competition laws are very much against each other. Competition law, the primary objective of bringing this legislation into existence is about making sure that there is a fair competition in the market, there is no anti-competitive practices happening, there is no abuse of dominant position happening, and ultimately the consumer interest is being maintained. Same way, if you see IP laws, they are primarily creating interest for the innovators, giving returns to the innovators for a certain period of time, of course. So they are actually not creating monopoly, but in long run, both IP law and competition law, both together are protecting the consumer interest. So you see, in long run, both are not conflicting, but they are very complementary in each other, with each other. But in short span, it may just appear that there is a conflicting interest between the two, but it's the other way around, because the domain of these two laws are very different. So you see, what is being offered is restrictive or temporary monopoly to the creators, right? Because a creator, what is he investing? The cost, the labor, the interest, there's knowledge, the effort. So this is a limited protection, a limited interest is being granted. So, and also it's a limited monopoly that is being offered. There has to be a reasonable exercise of that. And public interest should always be taken into consideration. Then only the exercise remains not against the competition law. And there, the dominance of competition law over the IP regime remains justified. Now, my last few slides, challenges in IP growth. This is very important for us to know, because so far what we discussed is known to many of us. But the challenges of IP growth in Indian market is a very critical factor we all should note. You see, whatever patent or whatever patent is, applications are being made in India, 70% are being done by the MNCs and big corporates. What about the startups, MSMEs, and the ones who are newly entering the market? Their percentage for seeking IP is very less. There are various reasons. Sir has already discussed few of it. We'll discuss little more elaborately. Firstly, there is a lack of awareness amongst the enterprises. Not only outside the enterprises, suppose if I talk about GSFC, the engineers, the scientists who are creating the knowledge, many of them lack in understanding what IP is. They probably know the concept, but when there comes a question of protection of an innovation, they take least importance of that, give least importance in this, because the lack of awareness. There is a lack of formal education system which will create this awareness. Not only to law graduates, there is a requirement of teaching IP, but teaching IP to other fields is also very important. And there we need a government initiative to nurture that, to make it possible, to make it more effective. And when they have knowledge, but there is no parity between the knowledge and the output. As Sir has already said, I'll also repeat that example, that today, in terms of patent filing, China tops in the world. USA is also after China. Now, 15 years back, China was at par with India, what India is today. Now, how has it been possible? One of the reasons is the incentive schemes that lucrative incentive schemes that the government of China has offered to the creators, to the inventors, which has made it possible, which is lacking to a great extent in India. To the ones, especially the startups, the new entrants in the market, also big corporates also at times, they take the cost that is being incurred in creating an IP, they take it as a cost in the balance sheet, right? They don't take it as an asset. Until the time you consider it to be a cost, a liability, an expense, it is not going to fetch the positive results to you what it should. Also, not only about the invention, thereafter you go ahead for filing the patent application, the grant, and it takes a lot of time in this process. You have to engage the attorneys, the law firms. There also a lot of expense is related. So therefore, this is one of the factors which demotivates. High registration fee, lengthy process. No time-bound action is taken for protection. In big MNCs, I have seen in GSFC also in earlier days, and same applies for startups also. In the initial years, we understand that we are going to make this product, manufacture, market it in India, and we don't have a proper roadmap for the product. And we don't go for registration, protection at the right time. But later on, when my product is going smoothly absorbed in the market, and I take this consideration of registration of IP seriously, and then that is too late. Because already there are other people in the queue standing in front of you who have already applied for the patent or registration of IPs. So therefore, time is very important. Otherwise, you lose the chance of protection. Territorial, we have already seen there. Here I have written this example because I never wanted to forget to give this example. Now, Google case in Germany. Google is the internet giant who have this mail application, which is Gmail. Now, Gmail was introduced in 2005, and there's this the trademark Gmail was already registered by some other innovator or some other creator in Germany in 2000. So in Google, when Google entered Germany with this application, this email application, Germany was not allowing Google to use the Gmail, this mail system in Germany, because it was already there. So you see, a technological behemoth, he also faces difficulty in terms of IPs. It's not the small startups will only face difficulty or constraint, but whatever your size, irrespective of your size, you are going to face this difficulty. And ultimately, this restraint was between 2005 to 14, and thereafter the parties amicably resolved their issue, and it is accessible from Germany now, your Gmail. Innovators, this point has also been highlighted. Now, innovators are very bad at identifying their innovations. Indian innovators specifically, they have very low esteem about themselves, and they think that whatever their counterparts in Europe, America, they are coming up with, they're of supreme quality and they're nothing in front of them. They are doing the innovation, but about the protection of the innovation, they have lesser amount of knowledge, they have lesser amount of confidence, they don't even know whether their invention is patentable or not. Again, I'll give you an example about Uber. When Uber came into the market, they didn't go ahead. It was a startup at that point of time. They didn't know about the, they didn't go for patenting their, inventions. So what happened? Later on, they realized, they of course later on registered a lot of patents, but they realized that their innovators are really not good at writing the innovations or identifying the innovations. So what they did is, it's a strategy, it's a management strategy. They recorded all their meetings, all the conversations that used to take interdepartmentally or in a closed meeting. They used to record everything. And there was a particular team of people who were going through every conversation, every recording. They were scrutinizing that. And they were eventually coming up in the process of identification, whether there is an innovation, there is some patentability or not. So you see, this is an organizational structure. So in the organizational structure, wherever there are shortfalls, wherever there are loopholes, you will have to identify that. And thereafter, you will have to make a culture within your organization for IP protection and IP growth. And the last topic is government role in improving IP culture in India. So we just saw the challenges and what the government of India is doing to protect these IP intellectual properties. These are being generated by the mass. Now, bringing down the patent filing fees, as I say, 3 to 4 years it takes for getting patent, and the fee is also huge. So they're trying to rationalize it. They're trying to spread awareness, imparting education among the people, and not classified only the lawyers need to know this. It is somebody who's doing with management, somebody who's working in R&D, everybody needs to have this awareness. Now they're announcing digital platform for seamless application and capturing the IPRs. So see, IPs are there everywhere. It's basically you'll have to give an infrastructure, a proper management should be there, beginning from the organizational level to the national level, where things can be captured, correct things can be captured at the correct time. Then only India can progress. Startup India portal, where patent trademark facilitators are available at very low cost and no cost. Attorney fees are really high. So there are portals through which you can have advices, you can have suggestions at no cost and low cost. Initiatives are not only taken at the state level, but a national level, but at the state level as well. And one more very important point, I mean, it's written in form of a point only, but it can be a subject of deliberation. That is the industry-academia collaboration. See, if it basically applies for the industries where you don't have this in-house R&D team, where scientists are there who are coming up with their innovation, their ideas. So if there is a collaboration between the industry and the academia, of course, for this, industry and academia has to interact very often, and academic people has to understand the need of the industry, and the industry has to explain it rather to the academic people or the scientists what is expected from them. And through conducting programs, through conducting awareness sessions that we are having right now, we can build a gap and we can understand and we can grow together. And as I said in the beginning, there is a weak enforcement regime that we have in India. We have intellectual properties, we have the protection measures. Of course, there's a requirement of developing that as well. But the most important is enforcement regime. Enforcement regime is, I hold a right and somebody is trying to breach that right. If I don't have the enforcement measures available with me to take action against the wrongdoer, then nobody is going to take license for me for using it. They are, randomly will breach my right because they know that no action will be taken against them or delayed action will be taken against them. So enforcement regime in India is required to be improved. Very important point. And the government of India, of course, has already started taking initiative. Now, a lot of in GSFC also, we see a lot of enforcement cases. As I said, Sardar is our trademark that's being violated by dishonest users, and we are taking action against them. The process is very delayed. It takes a lot of time until and unless you get an ex parte grant or any injunction. Otherwise, it takes a lot of time, which is detrimental to the interest of the company. And this will not set an example for to the other wrongdoers, potential wrongdoers, until and unless strict action is taken against the people who are dishonestly doing. And we should popularize more and more the success and the failure stories, and how innovation and IP are important, how they are giving us competitive edge in the market. So in totality, everything is coming together: innovation, intellectual property, and lastly, the competitive edge, and the arena that we have reached, where we have to work more and more towards having a proper IP regime in the country, and be at par with the top countries who are handling these IPs more effectively and more efficiently. So this is my last slide. This is very important for the organization, for the enterprises and the startups to understand that once you start valuing your own IP system, you shall learn to value the others also, because you won't do infringement, you won't allow others to take infringement. So with this, thank you so much. This was my presentation. I hope I have been able to make some sense to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, it was a very informative session for all of us. You gave us the insights for the IP. It was an honor to have you here with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vidisha, joining and sharing it was an insightful session. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving on, speaker, we have with us Mr. Shrikant Kaddi.
Shivam, there's a question for Vidisha ma'am as well. Could you take it up?
All right.
Yes, please.
Yes, so Samrat has put up a question in the chat box. I would like to dictate it. Madam, in the light of passing off provision of the trademark infringement in the Act,
I can't hear anything.
Ma'am, I will just pick up. The question is, in light of
arguments for filing of IP.
Yes, Shivam, carry on.
1 second. I can't see the question. I can't hear you as well.
Madam,
Okay. I can see the question. In light of passing off provision of the trademark infringement in Act, the defense taken by passing off is taken by defendant in the suit. How can defendant substantiate their point and posit arguments for filing IP litigation case, particularly for trademark infringement? Please also tell if temporary interlocutor order be the ground of prima facie and irreparable loss court order enforcement and how. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. See, as I said that when there's a case of infringement of any trademark, so there is the suit for infringement of trademark. At the same time, you file an injunction order, getting an injunction order for the court, because the logic is that if this task is continued, allowed to be continued, action of infringement is allowed to be continued, then that will cause, there has to be a prima facie case, then only you get the injunction. Otherwise, it will cause an irreparable injury to you. So that's one of the main reasons for making a prayer to the court to allow injunction to you. So the second part of the question where you have written, could you also tell if temporary interlocutory order be ground of prima facie and irreparable loss court order for enforcement and how successful? See, it is very difficult. At times, until and unless there is a prima facie evidence, it is very difficult for grant of injunction, ex parte interlocutory order. But of course, depending on the merit of the case, it is granted by the court. And the first part is
Madam, the first part is of passing off, and how
Yes.
do you see this passing off as a defense taken by the defendant? How successful is it?
Passing off action, see, usually you club both and file. As in, if I am injured by an action that has been done by some party, so therefore I take plea of both. And so defendant, when it basically varies from industry to industry, and it varies from case to case. At what extent the party is being injured, is aggrieved, that is also being taken into consideration. So in totality, it depends on the individual case, how the presentation is happening, at what extent the infringement has happened. So everything is prepared in line with that. So, particularly isolatedly answering not on the basis of any fact, sometimes that will be appropriate if there's a factual background on the basis of which the answers are prepared. So that's how things are happening before the court of law.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is, I think, Mr. Shrikant Katti.
Yeah,
ma'am.
our next speaker for technical session 2 is Mr. Shrikant Katti. Shrikant sir is a lawyer with a mixed experience of more than 12 years in a law firm as well as many companies. He has worked in the top law firms and top companies in various sectors including IT, e-commerce, R&D, digital content, to name a few. He is one of the among very few lawyers who is both an in-house counsel as well as an TMT and an investment lawyer. He is also among the few lawyers who has the experience of working with major Asian countries like Japan, Korea, and China. He has varied experience ranging from commercial contracts, contract management, foreign investment, transaction advisory, ranging from co- uh, commercial contracts, TMT law, company incorporation, to name a few. He has set up legal department of a company and has successfully carried out the managerial functions as well. Few of the specialities of Sir are foreign investment law, technology and law, contracts, startups, e-commerce. Sir, it is an honor for us to have you with us. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. Yeah. The screen itself, I will share. Just please confirm if you can see my screen.
Sir, your screen is not visible as of now.
Okay, it is not visible. How about now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, thank you for making me available here. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Sujata. The theme is innovation and technology. So when we talk of innovation, there is a precedent set by Professor Sujata herself for being so innovative to find me. In fact, we did not know each other around a year back or so. But I think she had an innovative approach to find me, because I think she has that knack of finding the right person and right people for a right purpose. And that is why I am here with you all. With that thank you note, I would like to start this session. Of course, you are going to have a very important session, the next session, which is the lunch session. I know that it is going to be a very important session for you all, but let me assure you that within the given time, which is around next 40 to 45 minutes, I will try to communicate what I have gathered in my experience so far in in various fields of law. Interestingly, the topic which has been given to me is something which is not so to say related to the law, because the topic is role of youth in innovative and technological era. If you see, I have to talk about the youth, I have to talk about the innovation, I have to talk about the technology and the innovative and technological era. You may ask me a question, where is the law here? Because I'm a hardcore lawyer, having worked with various top law firms and various companies as a part of its legal department. But I would personally like to thank Professor Sujata for giving me this topic, because I found that first time I have been assigned a topic which is slightly deviating from the law subject. So I took little time for myself to prepare and come up here before you all. Having said that, please free to ask any question, because I know that most of the participants here are they belong to the definition of youth. Of course, being lawyers, I will have to first define who is a youth, or what is the definition of youth, and you can see among yourself whether you fall into the definition of youth. And then I would like to relate how youth are related to the innovation and technology, and what the role that a youth can play in the innovative and technological era. Having said that, first, let's try to understand what is the significance of youth. In a country like India, or for that matter, some other countries, our neighboring countries, youth is one of the important demographic dividends that these countries are reaping. Right? Youth is one of the demographic dividends. Not every country enjoys that benefit, but India is lucky to enjoy the benefit of having the youth population, which can contribute to the economic development of the country. And I will come to that particular point, how youth bring innovation, thereby enhancing the economic quotient of a particular country, and particularly the India. Now, having said that, what is youth? Let's try to understand. Of course, since we are lawyers, we try to see the definition of every term that we try to talk. Now, United Nations has categorized the age group of 15 to 24 as a youth, or as the group belonging to the youth, or youth group. But at least personally to me, it looks to be little unreasonable, because 24 to 30 may also be categorized as a group belonging to the youth group. But however, the India's National Youth Policy 2014 has categorized the age group of 15 to 29 as a group belonging to the youth. So I know that most of the participants here are students, and they definitely belong to this group of youth, and therefore it becomes more important that we understand what role you guys as a youth can play in bringing the innovation and technology, and in other words, what roles that you guys as a youth can play in a technological and in innovative era. Of course, when we say era, we call you all, most of you all, as millennials. This is a famous terms that we use in these days to call the young generation, the generation Z, or the generation millennials. So you have a lot of opportunities, you have a lot of resources, you have a lot of infrastructures, you have a different mindset available with you to explore yourself to a different world, and thereby bring new innovations and technological advancement that are which the last generation did not see. For that matter, I can say that I also belong to the last generation, though I jumble between the two. Now, having said that, the United Nations propose, or it says that at around 2065, the world's youth population is projected to reach its peak at just under 1.4 billion persons. You can imagine the entire population of current India could be the total population of the youth itself across the globe in another, let's say 40 years or so. So that is going to be a huge, in terms of percentage, it may look very less, but believe me, 1.4 billion youth is going to be very huge. And what the technological and innovative advancement that we are witnessing today is nothing before what we may witness in the year 2065 to come, because youth alone can contribute to a significant extent to the innovation and technology. We will come to the physiological and psychological reasons as to why youth can contribute significantly to the innovation and to the technological advancement. Having said that, if you see here, I'm not talking about the youth population or the growth of the youth population. You just see the growth of India's population when compared to the world. The population growth since 1970 till projected in the year 2030, it has been steady, right? It has not been very upward, as we can see for the world's population growth. It is horizontal in terms of the world's population growth. But if you see the India's population, the growth as such has been steady, and by the year 2030, we are expected to reach maybe around 150, 160, or 170, or close to 200 billion. But if you see the youth population growth, not just in India, but in Asia, the age of 15 to 24, when compared from 1950 and what is projected in the year 2060, it is, Asia's is the yellow one. What you can see is the Asia's youth population growth, and it is pretty horizontal. That means the growth of the youth population, especially in Asia, is tremendous. There is an exponential growth of the youth population, not only just in India, but across the Asia. We will come to the India part a little later on. What I am trying to signify is where there is a youth population, there lies the innovation and the technological advancement, and there lies the technological or the economic development for that matter. So therefore, if you see the entire Asia, after Asia is next to Asia is just Africa, and its growth is also not that great as compared to the Asian countries. Therefore, it becomes very important that we as an Indian youth play even more significant role in bringing up the innovation and technology, and thereby contributing to the economic development of India. Now, see the growth of youth population of India then. The green one, what you see is the total population, and of course the yellow and red one is the ratio between genders. But if you see the growth of youth population, which is expected in the year 2031, it is also exponential. So what again it signifies is, this is the data indicated by the Registrar General of India, coming from the statistical department. That also goes to emphasize that, one, we are very keen on tracking the youth population of India. Not only that, but how are we going to utilize, as a country, how are we going to utilize the youth population for, one, the immediate purpose, which is the technological and innovative development, and second, thereby contributing to the overall economic development of the India. Now again, proportion of youth compared to the total population. If you see here, when you compare to the total population, what is the proportion of youth, right? So it is also again slightly higher on the higher side. By 2031, India's proportion of youth compared to the total population is expected to reach at around 30%. If you see it here in the year 2021-22, it is at the peak, as I would say. But again, in the year 2031, it is going to be at more or less the same stage, where at around 30%. So 30% of the youth population of India is exponentially high, and it can significantly affect the overall the growth of the country. I wanted to give these statistics to you before going to the technology and innovative part of it, because you have to understand that not every country can possess the youth population. You take the case of Japan, you take the case of some other countries, because I lived in Japan and I know the population of Japan. Actually, their youth population is decreasing. In fact, the Japan's overall population itself is decreasing, and Japan is trying to implement certain measures and various other activities to increase the population itself. When the population itself is at stake, forget about having youth population. So Japan's average age of the population itself is, I think, if I'm right, somewhere in the in between 50, 55, something like that. India's population is between 25, 26, something like average age of the population, if I have to talk about. So therefore, India as a country is lucky enough to have youth population, to have average age in between 20 to 30, because we are going to see we have already witnessed a tremendous growth only because of the youth, because they have contributed immensely to the technological and innovative developments, and they are going to contribute even further to the technological and innovative developments of the country, thereby significantly impacting the overall economic development of the country. Now, having said that, let's talk a little bit about the technology and innovation. I would like to call it as a technological unrest, or the explosion of technological and innovative developments. In fact, I have given a link here. I'm not sure if I'm able to click that link and show what it is there. It is a news item appeared in the year 2011 in Deccan Herald, where Deccan Herald interviewed me back in the year 2011, when I was just beginning, or I was in the first or second year of my profession. I was a part of a law firm then. The theme of the interview was how online or internet is helping to improve the efficiency of the lawyers, right? It's not about even technology, how internet is helping the lawyers to enhance or increase their efficiency. The heading of the news item said that it's online, Your Honor, actually, right? So where the interviewer was asking me, how are you taking the help of an internet? Forget about various technological tools that we are using today, just the internet, because back in the year 2011, which is just around 10, 11 years back, we did not have that much of a technological advancement in our legal profession. I think we had just started using Manupatra and some other online databases to search for cases. I still remember in 2008, 2009, when I was interning in one of the reputed law firms, I used to go to the library, which was a dedicated space in the basement, and search by the index and subject wise whether the case law on the topic that I am trying to search is there in the index or not. If it is there, by use of the keywords, then go to the case law, search for it. So it was all a very cumbersome physical search of the relevant case laws for me to give it or support the opinion or the litigation that is there on hand. But in the year 2011, we had already started using Manupatra, right? But it was not rampant again. It was the use was not so frequent, and we did not have so many other technological tools that we are using today for our day-to-day legal work. So why I'm trying to say is, just 10 years back, what was not there, or what we thought is a very sophisticated technological advancement as a youth, is a redundant thing. Internet is a tool, or is something which a kid can possess now, and he can do much more things with the help of an internet, right? So just in 10 years, the technological advancement is so rampant that what the interview that I gave 10 years back is something which is very funny today. So what I'm trying to say is, technology is dynamic, innovation is dynamic. What you innovated as a youth 10 years back is a redundant thing today. It is always dynamic. That's why we call it as technological unrest. Technological unrest. That means it will create some sort of an unrest where it will not make you sleep. That means if you are a tech mad, that means if you are into technology, or if you are into something innovative, or if you are into a mindset where you think that you need to be innovative on a day-to-day basis, there is no end to it. You can keep on innovating, you can keep on adding something or the other to the technology, and there is absolutely no end to it. That's why I say technological unrest is a period where at least one innovation is supplanted by another novel technology in a short measure of time. So that means if you have technology today, it is supplemented by another, it is added by another. There is absolutely nothing like this is the last technology that we can have on a particular topic or a subject matter. It will be supplemented by one or the other by way of an enhancement or an advancement. And who does it? We, none other than, of course, I may not belong to the youth population. You all guys do that. I will come to that part. It is a time of the sped up technological progress portrayed by new innovation whose quick application and diffusion normally cause an unexpected change in the public eye. Throughout the long term, technology has upset our reality and day-to-day routines. You may see these languages in a pathetic atmosphere, but that is the reality. Technology has and will always upset us because we think that the technology what we have today is not sufficient to meet our day-to-day requirements, because as and when the technology enhances, as and when the technology gets upgrades, our expectation from that technology increases, and therefore technology sort of creates unrest. That unrest, what we call it as, is very helpful, especially for a youth population, because youth's psychological capability is such that whenever he dwells into such sort of an unrest, he comes up with a new idea, he comes up with a new innovation, he comes up with a new thing, which leads us for an innovation and then technological advancement, thereby contributing significantly to the country's technological and innovative advancement. Now, I think the last speaker, Ms. Bidisha, also spoke about innovation and technology and difference between invention and technology. I will quickly dwell a little bit on that because it is very important to understand what is innovation and technology. Innovation and technology is the machinery and gear created from the use of logical information. It is the part of information that arrangements with creation. This is very important. Innovation and technology is nothing but a creation and utilization of specialized means and their interrelation with life, society, climate, drawing upon subjects such as industrial arts, designing, applied science, and unadulterated science. That means it is the technology and innovation is nothing but the mere creation and use of specialized means. Now, what are those specialized means? Those are the specialized means innovated by way of an idea by the youth like you, and the interrelation of those specialized means like ideas with life, society, climate, drawing, culture, upon the subject such as it might be an art, or it might be a design, or it might be an applied science, or even it might be a pure source. Unadulterated science means pure science, pure science. So when you relate your ideas or special means with these, subjects of life, subjects of like arts, culture, design, then technology or innovation is created. So it is nothing but, it is nothing to do with the superficial subject. It is to do with the way of our life. When we think that something special is required in order to run our day-to-day life, then arrives or then innovates what is called as technology or an innovative thing. Having understood what is innovation and technology, now let's try to understand the difference between invention and innovation and what is entrepreneurship. Because when we talk about entrepreneurship, it is all about youth, because it's all about youth becoming entrepreneurs these days, right? I will come up to the startup culture a little later on, but let's try to understand what is invention, what is innovation, and what is entrepreneurship. Now, innovation is nothing but the development and dissemination of a new product, service, or a process that produces not only the economic change, but also social or cultural change. So in terms of IP creation and in the framework of IP, it is always a new product or a new service or a new idea which has a commercial value, right? Or which brings a commercial change. But as a concept, innovation or invention for that matter can be something which can bring a economic, not only the economic change, but also it can bring a social or cultural change. But in an IP scenario, it is only that product which has got an economic change can fit into the overall framework of the IP, which can also be considered as an invention capable of fitting into the IP framework. But as such, if any idea can bring the economic change, the social change, or a cultural change, can fit into the definition of innovation. Now, however, it has to be distinguished between invention and the innovation. That means invention has to be distinguished from the term innovation. Invention is a mere idea. Innovation is something which, or when you bring that particular idea into practicality, or innovation is the first step when you make an attempt to carry out that particular invention into practice. I will show a few examples of innovation in my subsequent slides. So that means it is not sufficient for youth to have just ideas. Our youth will not become entrepreneurs mere by having ideas. You will have to convert that idea into a practicality. That means you will have to implement that particular idea to bring certain changes. Of course, in a macro level things, in the concept of the innovation, that change has to be either a social, economic, or a cultural change. But within the framework of IP, if you have to consider yourself as an innovator, then you will have to change the invention or the idea into a practical, workable solution, which also has a commercial implication or an economic effect or economic implication. Then only you are called as an innovator. Then only an invention becomes an innovation. Otherwise, it remains to be an invention. Mere invention, which does not have any economic change, is not sufficient. And also, only when that particular invention was put into practice to bring certain changes, which can be either economical, social, or cultural change, then only it can be considered or it can be called as an innovation. Now, only when you convert or when you drive the process of converting an invention into innovation, you will be called as an entrepreneur, and that entire process is called as an entrepreneurship. So youth, when they have an idea, of course, majority of the youth will have one or the other idea, because that is the age where you are facilitated with so many resources and infrastructures and means and measures to think about new things. And you will, one or the other day, you would have come across one or the other idea, which is totally different from what is existing today. You may think that, yes, I have come up with this new idea, which is totally new. But can you bring that into practicality? Can you implement that particular idea into reality to bring certain changes? It can be a social change, economic change, or a cultural change. If you bring that change, then you are an innovator, you are an entrepreneur, and the process that you have carried out throughout is called as entrepreneurship, right? Now, that is the role that you play as a youth. Let's say you have an idea from the age of 15. By the time you arrive 30, which is called as end of the age of the youth, you will have to undergo this entire process of being an inventor. That means you possess an invention, then you convert that into an innovation, that when bring that into reality, and then translate that to an entrepreneurship, so that you have your own entity to recognize that particular innovation. So as a youth, you will have to undergo all these processes, become an entrepreneur, so that you can contribute to a great extent. Of course, mere invention can also incentivize or encourage somebody else to pick that up from you, and then later on convert that into an innovation and then become an entrepreneur. But when you have an idea, you alone can become an innovator and then an entrepreneur, so that in one cycle of the youth, because everyone will get this life cycle of the youth only one in a lifetime, it is very important that we make the best use of it, undergo this entire cycle of being an inventor, innovator, then an entrepreneur, so that the purpose of being youth itself is achieved. I will have to quote something very unique, which I will do at a later point in time. Now, I would like to give two examples actually here. Of course, you must have come across these instances or examples in the past. This fellow, at the age of 11, he had his own website designing company, right? Now he owns a big search engine, and he wants to make that search engine as Google of India, something like that. And he already had that particular search engine at the age of 13 itself. Now, why I am giving this example to you all is, think about why this fellow as a youth. He's also a youth coming from a remote place in one of the places in India. When it is possible for this youth to come up with a web designing company at the age of 11 and to have his own search engine at the age of 13, why other youths could not make it? Or why, you can think yourself, what is that you have to do to come up to this stage or to achieve this milestone or even bigger milestone in the life? So I would give a moment to you all, think about it, and explore yourself. What is that I have to do to become an innovator and then a tech guy or tech savvy guy, something like that. So just think about it when I go to the next example. Here also, this guy by name Avneet, he's so small, and he designed a fully functional solar bike. The initial prototype was built by mounting a solar panel into children's bicycle to propel it. His bike, currently in its nascent stages, is a single seater and runs 20 kilometers per hour. It is not a joke to innovate this and bring that into particular reality. And you see, he's so small, he's still a child. What he has achieved is tremendous. I'm giving these two examples to you just to think for a moment, what is that you as a youth can play the role of an innovator to bring sophisticated, to bring something exponential, to bring something which nobody could have imagined or thought of. That is the role that you as a youth can play in this particular era, because you have all the resources. There was a time back in the age where before year 2000, we did not have sufficient resources. I'm telling you, I attaining the youth age before 2000 did not have sufficient means, did not have sufficient infrastructures, did not have sufficient resources as this generation has to upscale itself into the next stage in the technological and innovative era. So therefore, make use of that particular resources and then bring something innovative to the world. Now, what's happening with the youth? Now, I will have to talk a little bit about this, because this is what I feel has changed the attitude of the youth from what was and what is today. And why we are seeing a lot of technological and innovative advancements is because of these reasons. Now, one is transition from books to practicalities. These days youth, for that matter, you all agree that you just not you just don't read the books. You are no more theoretical. You apply everything into practicalities. And that is what the role you have to play. You have to see everything from a practical point of view. And how do I apply this particular, for that matter, even the law that you read, how do I apply this to the practicalities? How do I see something different? Law is all about interpretation, right? It is all about reading and understanding the meaning between the sentences, reading the same sentences in different ways. In fact, reading the same terminology in different ways to give more than one interpretation to gain maximum benefit to your client. It is all about how do you innovate in reading the laws. How do you, I was a part of one of the topmost law firms. We give opinions by innovative ideas. By interpreting the same sentence in different innovative ways, and that is all about giving opinions which is still complying with the law, benefiting the client or his business for that matter. So you will have to see everything from a practical point of view, and desire to acquire more than one skill. It is very important. It is multi-skill system. I was told that it increases the capacity or the potential of the brain. You will definitely have to acquire more than one skill. You're a lawyer, that is fine, but acquire skill in another, another topic or another subject matter. For that matter, these days I have seen, even for that matter, a lawyer having acquired skill in another subset. Either he's a singer or he's a guitarist or he's something else. Actually, he's a famous sportsman. I know for that matter, my daughters, they just go to school and they're already, they have acquired some sort of a knowledge in classical singing. So therefore, in order for to be sustainable, be live and be surviving in the technological and innovative era, we need to be acquiring more than one skill. Then you will have to completely change in the attitude towards the life itself. That means every day you will have to look, how do I make my life better in the coming days? Not in the coming days, tomorrow. This is what the day I had today. Tomorrow, how do I make myself better? Life is all about way of life. And way of life comprises of so many things, including inventions, technology, and all that. The gadget that I use today may not be relevant or sufficient for tomorrow. So how do I make it better for me to be enabled or for me to be more efficient tomorrow? So that is what the role you can play by thinking that how do I better myself, not in the coming days, but tomorrow itself. And there are a lot of changes that have happened in the past. For you to enable to be a more innovator and more in terms of acquiring or gaining technological advancement, there is a concept called incubation help or incubation centers. We did not have this concept, or even it was there, it was not propagated to a great extent so that every youth can make use of that. You have something called as incubation centers, even at the college levels. Not only in science colleges or science institution, even for that matter in law schools, you have incubation centers where you can have your own startup things related to the law. I know for the fact that one of the law firms where I worked with came up with a sponsorship programs for incubation centers. So it sponsored incubation centers for lawyers to come and start their innovative ideas and implement that and be an entrepreneur. Be an entrepreneur. So there are a lot of opportunities available for you to incubate your ideas and convert that particular idea into an innovation and then be an entrepreneur. Then of course, startup culture. Before coming to post-COVID scenarios, I will come to the startup culture. Startup culture, it started around 10, 12 years back, I think around 2008, 9 or something like that, where the startup culture started. The startup culture is all about, it's a concept of youth people, coming out of the college, or even for that matter, the successful startup founders are the one who have dropped out of the college, right? So, youth are the one who have brought up this culture of startup, either coming up with no money or with, even for that matter, taking a debt, starting their own venture in a garage or in some space, some place. I know, you have examples of Flipkart, or for that matter, many other companies, how they started. Two of the dropouts, or they just came out of the college, they had some idea, but they did not have the money. They borrowed somewhere else, started in a small garage. Flipkart started with selling books, right? Later on, they slowly picked up, converted, and then, of course, coupled with their dedication, hard work, ideas, team partnering, everything, brought them to this particular stage. So therefore, you have that particular means of scaling up yourself, because we did not have that startup culture back, in before 2000. So you have that startup culture. You can come out of the college and start your own venture to bring your inventions into innovation and then become an entrepreneur. So you see, in all these, what I'm trying to say is they are trying to create a goodwill, some sort of an intellectual property. Of course, intellectual property that you create is not an end in itself. It is means to an end. After all, we create intellectual properties for what reason? For a economic benefit that we want to reap out of those intellectual properties. Therefore, the intellectual properties that we intend to create is means to an end, but not an end in itself. The end that we want to achieve by creating intellectual property is to reap the economic benefits out of it. That economic benefit either maybe at individual level, or at a company level, or at an entrepreneurship level, or at the country level. So irrespective of the level at which we want to reap the benefit, but ultimate end of achieving the intellectual property is to gain economic benefit out of it. Therefore, please, as a youth, make use of this startup culture concept that we have. Come up with your own ideas. Even if you are a lawyer, it doesn't matter. You still have a lot of avenues, opportunities, and platforms available for you to, start your own entrepreneurship using this startup culture theme or the concept that we have. And then, of course, government programs. Of late, we also have a lot of government programs which will help us to encourage us, or to incentivize, or to help us initiate these entrepreneurship things, to come up with a lot of innovative or technological advancement in our day-to-day work. Having said that, what are some of the things that I want to highlight is the Digital India concept that we have, the startup culture that we have, the National Innovation Policy, which I was referring to. So these are some of the concepts run by the government, which will enable the youth people to come up further in terms of upscaling themselves in this particular technological and innovative era. Having said that, role of youth in innovation and technology. Technology evolved unpredictably, and its impact over the young has been equally uneven. So I was referring to the term called the technological unrest, right? So it means what? The technology has evolved so much so that it has become unpredictable. So even there is a fear that one day technology will take over and start controlling the human being, is what is feared out, right? But as such, the technology's impact over the young has been even unequally even. So that means there is no youth or a young person who has not been impacted by the technology. So therefore, the novelty of different gadgets are the offspring of a younger fictional imaginary. So it is nothing but, see, the gadgets are the novelty, different things, new things that we see in the technology are nothing but the fictional offspring of the younger's imagination. What you imagine today can be a reality tomorrow. So therefore, what happens? They impose a new representation or internal rhythms, new ways of referring to the knowledge. Technology is nothing but new ways of referring to the knowledge. There is already a knowledge. You know that you can do this. But how do you do that? By referring that particular knowledge in a much better way or in a newer way. Therefore, it becomes very important that you have a knowledge of it and you have the means of referring that particular knowledge in a different way to arrive at a particular innovation. So the degree of acceptance among the young is considerably high. Why we think that youth can play a significant role in bringing innovation and technology is because the degree of acceptance of referring this particular knowledge in different ways is considerably high in younger people than compared to the other old people or other aged people. The receptive spirit of youth to novelty and to the imaginative coexistivity and to the strong connection that is established between young person and the power of the machine. So the strong connection, I emphasize this, the strong connection that is established between the young person and the power of the machine is the real motivator behind it. What makes the youth to innovate is the connection between the young person and the power of the machine. See, machine can have enormous power. You know what a machine can achieve. It is the man who will put that machine into work. And the relationship between the young and that power of machine is what makes the youth to innovate higher and higher than compared to the other generation. So that means it is very important to know that you as a youth, since you have an upper hand in terms of the benefit, in terms of physical and physiological reasons and the potential that you possess, you can significantly play an important role in bringing innovation and technological advancement in this era. Having said that, I would like to say a few words that in this, what as a youth can play the role in this particular innovative and technological era. Youth are the eventual fate of the country, and for their empowerment, technological sync is must. So you need to understand that there is a substantial sync with the technology by the youth, but still for the next level progression, it is very important that every youth syncs with the technology and every technology that is existed today and every technology that is going to come in the tomorrow. They ought to be educated with the science and technology as a piece of their elementary education so that when they grow up, they have a reasonable comprehension of technologies. So it is very important that the technology and education related to the technology and innovation is given at the very elementary stage. So the moment they grow up, their maturity comes up to the stage where they can comprehend the technology and then convert that particular thing into new innovation and new technology. So as a youth, you try to comprehend and try to have or educate yourself in newer and newer technologies as much as possible. It is vital that foster a curious brain so that they can scrutinize the happenings and act suitably. This perspective is enabled by joined job of science and technology. So you should always have that curious brain, irrespective of the field of study, be it be a law, science, mathematics, or anything. You should always possess that curious brain. There is something over here. There is a particular provision here. I'm telling you, every provision of law that you read has got something to tell the story behind it. Either there will be a social reasoning behind it, either there will be a psychological reasoning behind it, either there will be some other scientific reasoning behind it. So you will need to have that curious mind to analyze and understand why this particular thing is there in this place and how can make this better. And that is where you can play the role of innovator to bring the overall economic development to the country. And last but not the least, science and technology are the sheer foundations of the youth. By implications, are the foundations of countries' turn off of events and head away. When I say science and technology, it is nothing but the innovation and the technology that you bring are nothing but the foundation of youth. It is your own foundation. See, it is vice versa. You can bring the innovation and the technology. In other words, innovation and technology can empower the next generation youth to come up with more and more innovation and technology. Therefore, the science and technology by implication are nothing but the foundation of the country's events and head away And so also the youth who will come up with those innovations and technology are the foundations of the country's economic development. Last but not the least, I would like to end this session by quoting what youth has to do on a day-to-day basis. It is the quote of Swami Vivekananda, who said that youth life is most precious life. This is the time to decide your future. What is that you want to do in this particular technological era or innovative era? While you possess energy of youth, of course you possess the energy that none of the human can have other than this particular age, youth age, right? While you possess the energy of youth, not when you are worn out and jaded, but in the freshness and the vigor of youth. Talk to yourself once a day. Otherwise, you may miss meeting an excellent person in this world. And who is that excellent person? It is yourself. You have the enormous potential to achieve various things, and especially in this innovative and technological era, so that you not only contribute to yourself, to your family, but to your your nearest and dearest, but at large you can contribute to the overall growth of the and overall economic growth of the country. I think with this I would conclude. Finally, I would like to say that the role of the youth in creating IP is it's just a means to an end. It is one of the ways to create certain innovations and technological advancement. But at the end of the day, what you have to do is you have to see that by these innovation and technological advancement, you have to see that there is a economic advancement of the country at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is one question from a participant.
Yes, please.
Can you please explicate from legal statutory provisions if any youth criteria is there in any act? Don't you think it is a contravention to FRS Article 14 and 19 of Indian Constitution 1950? IPR is posited as a commercial private non-corporeal right, which is profit-driven for individual. So does it really matter if it is youth or elder or age-driven? So how youth IPR is helpful to society?
Who is the same question? Who is the same guy? I've been witnessing. Same Samrat is asking this question. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Very privileged if you answer this.
Yeah, absolutely, Samrat. Your question is very pertinent. But you know what? The law cannot be. It is called agnostic. It cannot be an age agnostic law. For example, the theme that we are talking about here is how youth can play an important role in bringing the technology or advancement. While we all know that youth alone can significantly contribute to the technological and innovative advancement, but as such the law cannot specify or cannot be agnostic to a certain age, say that this particular law will emphasize only on the youth to promote the technology or advancement. What I'm trying to say is law cannot be youth agnostic or age agnostic law. Law may indirectly, when implementing, at the implementing stage, the enforcer or the executive which implements the law may emphasize more on the youth people to come up with more advancements and innovations. But as such, the law cannot be youth agnostic is what I personally feel. That's why if you see, there are various policies from the executive, which is at the government level, which brings innovations and technologies from the youth. But as such, there is no law in India specifically dedicated to the youth, which promotes the technology and innovation from the youth. Can you name one such thing? So what I'm trying to summarize here is law as such will be made. If the objective of the law is to enhance the technology and innovation, it will keep all possible innovators and tech guys in mind, and accordingly it makes the law without agnostic or without keeping particular age group in the mind, whereas the executive which implements the law in the form of the policies may come up with those specific policies, restricting or targeting only the youth people or only the age-old people, something like that.
Sir, actually, the reason why I posited this question is that many a times we have this dilemma when we are actually seeing from the intent of the legislative that because any law has to also have that it should pass the touchstone of the provisions of the Constitution of India, and also ensure that it is gender neutral as well as age neutral, and also pertains to factors like, for example, many people have been devoid. For example, even the lawyers like all of us, we are also having the Bar Council's recent order, which says that age is not a restriction for actually finding out different avenues of employment. So from this perspective, sir, because you have actually gone into delved into the details of this one, sir, I thought to get your peace of mind. Don't you think that any law, if it does bring about any youth-centric kind of policy, would it not actually be in contraventions to the touchstone of the Constitution provisions, sir?
Absolutely. That's why there are various policies that by the government which target the youth people alone, right? See, the National Innovation Policy defines what is youth. That means it is youth-centric policies. So, and you yourself said that the Constitution says that it cannot be gender neutral, age neutral. I'm not sure whether the Constitution speaks of age neutral, but as such, the law cannot be, it has to be neutral in terms. It cannot be discretionary. It cannot be arbitrary, but it can make a class legislation so that various concepts and theories and all that, right? So there are various policies of the government targeting a particular age group, for that matter, children. There are social welfare programs targeting the children. There are social policies. There are various policies of the government targeting the youth. There are various policies targeting the age-old people to come up with or to achieve various objectives. So overall, if I have to speak from the framework of the Constitution, there can be a class legislation, or there can be a class legislation, but there cannot be an arbitration or discretionary policy, is what I'm trying to say. So if a particular any policy or a law fits into this framework, it is pretty much good, and as such, there should not be any problem.
Thanks.
I guess, thank you, sir, for clearing all the doubts. First of all, sir, on the behalf of all the youth present in the meeting, I would like to thank you for motivating us for the path of technological advancements and IT, so that we are really motivated us to make some new innovations for which we can take the IT. Like, you cleared the path for us. All the dilemmas and the problems we had in our mind, you cleared it out. So, sir, I would like to thank you on behalf of all the youth present. Thank you for taking out your time for this symposium from your busy schedule. Sir, it was an honor to have you here and to listen to your words and take learnings from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shrikant. Rightly, you mentioned that I know you are a law professional. Your core area of practice is law. But even then, why do I ask you to take up this topic? I know that you are able to take up this challenging topic. Okay. Considering that factor, I hope you justified your topic also by put forth in statistical analysis and all. It was very insightful. Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much, madam. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Good day.
I would like to thank all the speakers and participants for being a part of this symposium. We offer our sincere gratitude for taking out time from your busy schedule to address this symposium. We hope to see you at our future events. We will be beginning the technical session 2 from 2 p.m. onwards. Kindly join through the same link. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Am I talking to Tarush?
Yes, ma'am. How are you, ma'am?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Glad to hear a student representative greeting me.
Yes, ma'am.
So what's next?
Ma'am,
Are we on time?
yes, ma'am. You are before time. We are just waiting for the participants to join so that we can start as per the scheduled time.
Okay, great. And I'm ready with my PPT, and I'm sure
Okay,
I'll
ma'am.
be able to.
I will just give you the sharing rights.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, actually, we're just waiting for Sujata, ma'am, and some of the other participants to join. So we'll just begin in 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. Tarusha Nanika?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you're
Yes,
ready?
ma'am.
Yes, please start.
All right, ma'am. Ma'am, I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
Yes,
you
you
are.
are.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all. My name is Anika Maniktala, and I, along with my co-host Tarush Bhandari, welcome you all to the second session of the 4th National IPR Symposium. We are delighted to welcome two reputed speakers, Ms. Gopi Trivedi and Mr. Pranay Prabhugankar, to head the second session. The participants can drop their questions in the chat box after the session, and the guest speakers will be answering them. They say, behind every successful man is a woman, and behind every successful woman is herself. Our next guest speaker for today, Ms. Gopi Trivedi, is a computer engineer, registered patent agent, advocate, head of the patent department of YJ Trivedi and Company, in addition to being a certified patent valuation analyst. Her wide knowledge in various areas of science, such as engineering, software, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals, has led her to handle patent projects nationally and internationally. She is also a part of her firm's IP valuation and management team and has been advising clients with her techno-legal inputs. She has penned down various articles on the subjects of patents and has been delivering talks on IPR at revered seminars and symposiums organized by institutes like IPR, ISRO, Gujkost, GNLU, and Nirma University, amongst others. Ms. Trivedi is a member of various international bodies and regularly participates in their annual conferences held worldwide. She has been honored with numerous accolades. Recently, she has been recognized as an IP expert by Asia's leading IP lawyers and has also been recognized as one of the most powerful women in IP in India 2021 by the World IP Forum. On behalf of the School of Business and Law at Navratna University, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome Ms. Trivedi and invite her to take the session forward. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anika, for this illustrative introduction. I would like to introduce myself as IPR enthusiast and take this ahead. First of all, good afternoon, friends. Post-lunch session. I'm sure it must be difficult, but thank you to turn out in such a good number. My sincere thanks to Navrachna University School of Business and Law and SSIP for inviting me and having me here to share my views while we are celebrating World Intellectual Property Day, which happened on 26th of April. But yes, the celebration is still on worldwide, and this event is one of its kind. This is fourth symposium, which is talking about, and it's really thoughtful, it's talking about IP awareness to young innovators and entrepreneurs. And I'm here to share my views while I'm going to talk about indigenous and local communities with their intersection with IPR. My fellow colleagues have already set the tone and they have shared their views. My regards to them. And I'm taking this session ahead on the topic now, and I would share the screen. Anika, if I need your help, I'll let you know.
Sure, ma'am.
Is it fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So friends, we are here going to talk about indigenous and local community, entrepreneurs and IPR. So far, you have been hearing about IP and youth, what is really expected from the youth. And here I'm going to talk and share my views on what you as youth and entrepreneurs must know about existing community, which have been contributing for generations and centuries, and how they can be benefited through IPR, as well as you can be benefited by them having the IPRs. So friends, I'll start with this quote of J. Griffiths, who said, if people can't acknowledge the wisdom of indigenous cultures, then that's their loss, meaning by that's people's loss, not only the indigenous cultures or those communities' loss. In fact, it's a loss at large. And why? How? And if there's really a loss, how can we really help and get into it? So first of all, let us understand what indigenous people are as they're defined, what they are. So indigenous people are those distinct social and cultural groups that share collective ancestral ties through lands, through natural resources, through common interest, where they have been living, occupying, or even sometimes where they have been displaced. Whatever they possess would or should better be known as cultural property. Of course, it is not codified or not given legal status, but as a cultural group, what they possess is a cultural property. You would be surprised to know that they really occupied 6% of the global population, which is quite huge, and they are really not documented quite in the ghostly framework. While they occupy 6% of population, they occupy 80% of world's remaining or existing biodiversity. So they are the one who is indirectly safeguarding the environment, whereas the urban population, not to blame, but truly they are using the natural resources at a larger extent, and we are one of the contributor in degrading the biodiversity or environmental existence. And they are the ones who are protecting, and they really don't know what they are doing. They have been just living their lives from generation to generation. And then now, what is intellectual property? I'm sure my friends, the students, know them very well, as it's a legal property But my viewpoint is it is really not about the geeks and lawyers. It is about the ones who create, ones who possess. Because the intellectual property always starts with one's intellect, the mind, and it is on the other side of the desk when this side of the desk is being occupied by a lawyer. So we are here to discuss about those property which are already being possessed. Going further, it possesses a very specific value, which is eventually even valued compared to the physical properties. So time and again, or at a right junction, we have to protect it. And those who possess must be benefited through this intellectual property. They must be, prioritizing while its protection is being discussed, and so as the value addition in the business. So this is a very brief about the intellectual property, but the fulcrum of entire intellectual property is the ones who create. Now, where is this amalgamation? Why are we talking or discussing this point? Is it really important? Is there any intersection? So here is my view saying that indigenous people have a particular stake in the area of intellect as it relates to their broader interest in protecting their knowledge and culture, ensuring its appropriate use. Now, this appropriate use is also very important, and because it is connected with their cultural pride too. Recognizing various cultural forms of creativity and innovation as protectable intellectual property would be a historical shift in international law. We'll see how the international organization came forward, formed certain treaties, and helped these indigenous communities to strive with their possessed knowledge and intellectual property in coming slides. So they're enabling these communities as well as governments to have a say over their cultural knowledge. Such property range from traditional medicine, the raw materials from the forest or their ecosystem, sometimes art, sometimes music, sometimes textile, and so on and so forth. This amalgamation is primarily being discussed way back in 1970, as in the Patent Acts, where Section 3, which says which inventions are not patentable. So in this negation, they have tried to protect the traditional and cultural knowledge way back in 1970. Further, Biological Diversity Act came into force in 2002, which also was in force to protect the biological resources of different geographical places of India. Now, what does this Section 3P of Patent Act say? It says any invention which is in effect is traditional knowledge, or which is an aggregation or duplication of known properties of traditionally known component or components is not patentable under Section 3P. So this is very clear. Way back from 1970, it is in practice by different tribunals as well as high courts and other courts. Whenever traditional knowledge comes, it is the supreme or primary interest, and it is not patentable at all. It must stay in the possession of those communities, and that is made sure by Section 3P. Now, the UNDRIP declaration, which came in place by United Nations in 2007, the very purpose of having in its place was to constitute the minimum standard for the survival, dignity, well-being of the indigenous people of the world. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that is UNDRIP, started in 2007. It soon started its activities by keeping other agencies alongside of United Nations. What it gave us 46 different articles. In all these articles, it was all about recognizing and affirming the rights of indigenous people, which should be very equal to the rights of other people. As our Constitution of India says, equality for all. The indigenous people should not be left at bay. They should also be into the inclusive society, inclusive countrymen, and hence such articles give us more light on the same path. I would like to quote one of the articles, that is Article 31, which says indigenous people have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expression, as well as its manifestation of their sciences, their technologies, their cultures, including human and genetic resource, seeds, medicine, knowledge of properties of fauna and flora, oral traditions, literatures, designs, even their sports, even their traditional games, visual and performing arts. So they also have rights to maintain, control, develop over such cultural heritage and cultural expression. They've also talked about genetic resources, GR. Whenever there is any genetic resources, it is very clear that they shall not be patented, but invention based on the them may be. So as they are in their original form, they can't be patented. But if they had manipulated or worked upon, those inventions may be patented. And there is a cross-cutting approach to interface between IPs and GR. While these articles were laid down, there should be some agencies to really put it into practice. So WIPO, as we know, the World Intellectual Property Office, which has given us World IP Day, in fact, their members, they have right now 150 plus member states. So all those member states together establish an intergovernmental committee on IP and genetic resource, traditional knowledge and folklore. So that is known as IGC, which was established in 2019 and agreed to develop international legal instruments that would give them legal rights, form proper treaties, binds the country together on a common platform. So here comes the traditional knowledge and intellectual property at its micro level. So whenever there is an indigenous community, what it has its traditional knowledge and what it should relate to is intellectual property. So the current international system for protecting intellectual property was fashioned during the age of industrialization, developed subsequently in line with the needs of technologically advanced society. But as we have just noticed in recent years from 2009, this IGC, WIPO, UNDRIP, and all its member states have come together to protect intellectual property of indigenous people, local communities, and so on. So now where we are trying to put this on into the practice, what kind of protection can one get for indigenous community? To answer the same, my viewpoint is there should be two types of protection. They are defensive protection as well as positive protection. Firstly, we'll discuss the defensive protection. The purpose or the aim is to stop and bar people or companies or organizations outside that community from acquiring intellectual property rights over those traditional knowledge. And to make it happen, there should be proper databases or collection of information which tells us what is really existing, and that too in an accessible language. So to answer to this, India has made its mark by starting Traditional Knowledge Digital Library of India, which is fondly known as TKDL. It started in 2001, and the precursor were two infamous patent cases way back in 1990s, which were turmeric case and the neem case. And of course, the positive cursor was signing the treaty. In nutshell, the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library is a database of or amalgamation of Indian digital knowledge repository that collects, catalogs, information on practices and pharmaceutical formulas originating from 4 main branches of traditional Indian medicine, which are Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and Yoga, especially about medicinal plant and formulation used in Indian system of medicine. So what has it done? The features of TKDL, the prominent feature is it is completely into digitized form. And it is into searchable format also. Not stopping here, it is in fact converted into 5 popular languages of the globe, which are English as well as German, French, Japanese, and Spanish. It is morely converting the scriptures and text of Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Yoga into all these 5 languages with its meaning retained and into searchable format. By having done this, the TKDL, alongside its mother organization, which is CSIR, are proactively monitoring patent applications and files third-party oppositions, pre-grant, post-grant, etc., keeping the base or evidence as Indian traditional knowledge. In fact, it works wonder whenever there is prior art search taking place. So all those are innovators will have to go through TKDL whenever they are working with Indian traditional medicines and knowledge, as well as while patent examiners are examining the patent application, they can also check the patentability. It preserves the country's treasure of traditional knowledge through digitization, and even it prevents the misappropriation of that beautiful knowledge of Indian medicine. It's in fact a pride of the nation. And while I say this, I would like to mention here that TKDL, as of on 25th of March 2022, some 4 lakh formulations from total 4 lakh records, including 1 lakh records plus records from Ayurveda, 2 lakh plus records from Unani, 50,000 plus records from Siddha, and 4,000 plus from Yoga, and so on and so forth, have been already transcribed into TKDL database. It's such a huge resource, they're properly documented, and having this amount of data in place, TKDL has already been asked by Indian government to World Intellectual Property to put it as a prior art database whenever any office does the examination. So when I have this kind of huge database and properly placed database, TKDL has made its mark by being placed in WIPO, Traditional Knowledge Task Force. The Committee of Experts recommended inclusion of approximately 200 subgroups on TK against earlier few subgroups on medicinal plants, linking traditional knowledge to all classifications, and while continuing the work on even biodiversity. In 2006, it was approved as a standard database to all international patent offices by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. And what it helped? It helped to curb biopiracy. As lawyers, we all know that whenever any misappropriation happens, it may be infringement or it can be piracy. While we deal with traditional knowledge, the piracy is rampant for last few decades, I would say. And it is knowingly, misappropriately and unauthorizedly using the delicate traditional knowledge of this indigenous community, at times by even fooling them, at times by even misguiding them, and while having exclusive monopoly through the patents or different other IPs, and which is completely unfair on the side of indigenous community. So here comes as a rescue, the TKDL works immensely to curb this biopiracy. Again, on the same day, 25th of March 2020, the data which were out that TKDL were used as an evidence while being examined the 265 different patent applications across the world, across different offices. And the invisible effect of the same is while those companies or those organizations file patent application, the TKDL comes into place and appears as prior art data, and they have an indirect fear of being rejected by their patent applications, so they broadly do not even file those applications. So here we really don't have those numbers of indirect effect, but this is something which is very visible, that this many applications were rejected while having TKDL as their evidence. So this is the beauty, this is the pride of India. Even in furtherance, the National Biodiversity Authority, which is known as NBA, it's a statutory body, and it performs regulatory functions for the government of India while preserving the issues of conservation and sustainable use of biological resources to have an equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the biological resources. So NBA shall oppose grant of any IPRs worldwide relating to biological resources or knowledge derived from India. That power has been given to this authority. So while having this defensive protection being discussed, let us go through a few case laws. The infamous neem patent case. So friends, in 1994, EPO granted a patent on the use of or for a method of controlling fungi on plants by the aid of hydrophobic extracted neem oil. And that was granted to a US corporation. The patent was already granted. It came into the knowledge of Indian authorities. A group of international NGOs and representatives of Indian farmers filed legal opposition against this patent. They submitted evidence that this particular effect of extract of neem seeds had already been widely known for centuries in India, especially in Indian agricultural practice. So with this submission, EPO disallowed the patentability of this particular granted patent. Another infamous case of turmeric patent, which happened in 1995. The United States granted patents on turmeric, precisely the turmeric powder and its administration, both oral as well as topical, for wound healing. All my friends would agree that this is in practice even today by our earlier generations and all other generations dating back as long as we can go. So here, Indian Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, objected this granted patent, provided the necessary documents as evidences, which worked as prior art, relying on which USPTO disallowed this granted patent. And these two infamous cases were the precursor of development of traditional knowledge digital library, that is TKDL. So thanks to these two infamous cases, we have now an amazing repository of our traditional knowledge. As far as our biopiracy is concerned, even that has been taken care by TKDL, used as prior art. So in this particular patent application, it was claimed as synergistic Ayurvedic or functional food of bioactive composition. The patent was for the composition, which consisted jamun, lavangpatti, and chundun. And this composition was to be used for treatment of diabetes. This was the first case where TKDL was used to revoke a patent in India. And on the grounds which were taken were the mischievous and prejudicial to the public use if this patent is granted. Further, two different patent applications are cited, and in fact many more such are already has set as a precedent. But these two pre-grant opposition were filed against two different patent applications which were filed by Lila Nutra Chemicals, and here also TKDL was used as the evidence and they were rejected. So the biopiracy were cupped, right, dated back in 2010 and so on. While we have been discussing about defensive protection, I wonder, is there any positive protection or not? Things have been really negative so far, but they were all, protecting the communities at large and having them into digital format. Those knowledge can be used sitting at any place in the world. Now here comes the positive protection. The positive protection is all about granting the rights that empower these communities to promote their traditional knowledge. In fact, controlling their use, get benefits across those communities through the commercial exploitation. The first positive protection is geographical indication. I'm sure my friends broadly know about it. I'll discuss it in little detail in coming slides, that is GI. This kind of positive protection acknowledges the controller of custodian. First of all, who really owns this traditional knowledge? Is there a group or a society, and etc. It further even prevents the misappropriation. So these communities are well informed that these sharing can only be done through prior informed consent. If not, then legal actions can also be initiated. Further, when it comes to benefit sharing, the mutually agreed terms can also come into place only and only when any positive protection or legal instrument is there in the hands of this community. This will lead them to earn monetarily gain as well as the respect or softer gains through goodwill and well-established place in the market. So the geographical indication, as we know, is one of those community-owned rights. It corresponds to products to a specific geographical location or origin. It can be town, it can be region, it can be country also. The use of this GI may act as a certification that the product possesses certain qualities and is made according to the traditional methods. It always enjoys certain reputation due to its geographical origin. Having said that, a few pointers about this geographical act. It was placed in September, it came in effect in September 2003. Excuse me. It was meant for protection of geographical indications of goods. GIs are essentially the DNA of the nature, which the Mother Earth gives to that product. In fact, they are very difficult to clone and they're beyond scientific calculation. So here there is hardly any innovation. Here there is the magic of Mother Earth more. And they are always related with certain cultures, certain geography, traditions, the traditional practices of certain group of people or countries. There are many famous GIs. The one which we are enjoying right now are mangoes. Different regions have different mangoes. One of them is Alfonso, that is broadly coming from Ratnagiri. So the place Ratnagiri Hafuz or Ratnagiri Alfonso is one which is being owned by that community of farmers. And that very flavor, that very taste, that very shape of the mango can only be cultivated in that range only, that land only, because of the quality of land, the weather, and all such natural parameters. You try cultivating that mango in other part of India or other part of the world, it is almost difficult or impossible to cultivate. And that's the beauty of that place or that geographical indication. So that applies to certain food products. When it comes to certain handicraft, they are also being into practice for those groups such as, let's say, Banarasi Sadi or even Kanchipuram Sadi and so on and so forth. Not limiting to that, even certain products are given geographical indication because of their raw material coming from that particular area, which is something like Mysore sandal products, etc. And then the end products out of it. So here, friends, I would like to share with you that there are not only 1, 2, but there are some 34 different groups. So if I'm filing a geographical indication for any group, any indigenous community, then I'll be asked a question that which kind of product is it? Is it natural or an outcome of a natural product from that region? And on basis of that, the class has to be selected. In fact, leather and imitation of leathers, even musical instruments can also be given GI. The meat, fish, poultry of that region can also be given GI. And to our pride and surprise both, we have already 417 GIs already in registered format. And out of them, around 20 different registrations are from foreign countries. While we file or when we receive applications from foreign country, we can also file our local this geographical indications into foreign countries also through treaties. The government has also opened its geographical indication store. The first store was opened in Goa, which offers different produces, different products from different GI of India. So that's a very proactive and promising move from government. And I'm sure many other stores are already there or is into the opening mode. While we say that Darjeeling tea, while we say that geographical indication has its brand value for that community and having or using that brand value, they can prove their authenticity and its flavor and taste and certain qualities of those products to the consumers, to the buyers. But then there is always a confusion between a trademark and a geographical indication. When we say that the geographical indication is something which is owned by a group. While trademark can be owned by a group, more particularly it owns by a profit-making or inclined to make profit kind of companies or organizations or even individuals. The geographical indications can never be owned by a single individual. It's a group or community intellectual property. So when we say that, one of the most famous geographical indication is Darjeeling tea. And there's a very classic case between Darjeeling launch and Darjeeling tea case in 2011. Here the confusion or the point of discussion or the point of fight was around Darjeeling. So the Darjeeling tea estate, a community, become the sole authority of the GI named Darjeeling tea. While Darjeeling launch filed a trademark application, which was opposed by Darjeeling Tea Group, the applicant submitted that there is no connection with Darjeeling tea at all. It is meant for the lounge activity. And having heard that, the Calcutta High Court rejected the appeal and allowed Darjeeling lounge as a trademark. So here the authorities are very clear when it comes to giving a trademark and it comes to geographical indication and their finer intersection with certain words being overlapped. Taking it ahead, it can also be used for benefit sharing, a positive protection. So there can be a research group, there can be a traditional community group which is owning certain knowledge. And these research groups may have to get them finer product out of their traditional knowledge. And can such product be placed in the market while sharing the intellectual property? One of the beautiful example here is of TGBRI as a research group with the local community there in Trivandrum. And what they got patent on is a composition, and it's broadly known as Jeevani, which is named by the local community. And here is something about the benefit sharing. Both the communities, the research community as well as the traditional community, both are getting benefits. And we as consumer get a useful product in the market. Certain local community entrepreneurs are already there. I'll use just one example here, looking to the paucity of time. Mansubhai Prajapati, he is a craftsman, a traditional clay craftsman. He innovatively developed clay products, which were water filters, refrigerators, the cooker, and all such items which were protected under design rights. He even owns a trademark of Mitti Cool. Now here, he's from a local community, but he's an entrepreneur. He develops such products by himself. And that is the reason he can own, and the community cannot claim such community rights over this product. So these are his beautiful and popular products. So having all positive as well as defensive protection for the intellectual property being owned at times shared by the indigenous communities, the local communities. I would like to say that what can be the way forward? Since we are in our very nascent stage, but positively we have done good amount of work. So as India, we can be happy as well as proud for, but it can be taken as a greater heights. So certain pointers which will take us to a longer way is like we should have a cloud-based archives of all indigenous knowledge, and it should aim to have a sustainable database for these communities and their very precious knowledge. We as Government of India, as entities like SSIP are there into spreading awareness as we are doing it right now. It should reach to the maximum level or the finest level of the country reach to local communities, so they become aware of what their rights they already possess. They should be united. They should be helped to file such protection, the legal protection. And the local entrepreneurs like Mansukh Prajapati should be given very ethical and legal help for the promotion of those products. This is how we can help these indigenous people. As we are part of, Atmanirbhar Bharat or Make in India or Digital India Bharat, Digital India campaigns, directly or indirectly, we can help such communities to gain their benefits through their IPR rights in a longer way, and can have an aimed 5 trillion economy by having inclusive society. So by helping this indigenous community for protecting their IPRs, we can help our country for even economical and sustainable development too. So friends, with this, I would like to end my presentation. I would like to acknowledge the sources which I've used here. And thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thank you so much, Sujata ma'am, for inviting me, Navrachna School, and SSIP for having me here. The forum is now open for questions. So over to you, Ankita.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for delivering such an insightful session and sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. Two participants actually have asked questions. So the first question is, how are indigenous people who are the actual owners of the traditional knowledge benefiting from the existing IP laws?
The positive benefits, as we have just talked, first and foremost is geographical indication. And as I've just mentioned the list, and while I was even going through the list as I was preparing for this session, the list is really wonderful. In fact, the Nagaland state and its smaller community of farmers have been granted Naga cucumber as their geographical indication. I'm sure there must be some specific ingredient in that. So while they sell those cucumbers in the local markets or in markets of other states with the Naga cucumber tag, so their authenticity is built. So here comes the flavors of trademark with that geographical indication. In a longer run, they would be able to gain more benefits. And here I would like to, so whoever my friend has asked this question, I would like to share one beautiful point I came across, that it's from a news clipping. It is all about Darjeeling tea. So Darjeeling tea first flush, which is very rich and very precious, which was sold in the market of London, which fetched rupees 40 lakh. 90 kg and 40 lakh. This is a news, right? You can imagine, by building their authenticity or brand name as geographical indication, they are able to sell their premium crop as a very premium prices, and that's the benefit in shorter and at least in longer run, for sure. That applies to even pashmina shawl and other textile products which we're using here, but internationally they are sold at a very premium price with that tag. I hope I have answered to the question of the participant.
Yes, ma'am. So the second question that was asked, Section 25(2) of the Patent Act 1970 provides protection to indigenous TKDL-oriented products for indigenous communities. But considering that traditional knowledge is protected by common law and contract law principles, suppose if the traditional products were not registered, and considering that there were no IPR for these products, then how infringement cases can be protected within the country and particularly in foreign? Please cite some statutory provisions and sections of the Act, if any.
this entire question. By the way, this is a beautiful question. Whoever
Thank you
has
very much, ma'am.
framed it, but it's a topic by itself. Right? And if you are talking about section 25, it's about opposition. Right? It's not about granting patent. It's about, in fact,
yes, ma'am. As a defense, it is good.
Right? So whenever there is section 25 for opposition, the common thoughts or common logic behind entire opposition is, if, for example, I'm claiming a patent application before a patent office and ask patent office to grant me the patent over it, the patent office will have to go through the basics of patentability, number one. Number two, whether it is a patentable subject matter or not. In case if it is not a patentable subject matter, the patent is not at all to be granted. So as a practitioner, honestly, if you ask me, whenever any examination report comes, we go to the column of section 3, whether that has been quoted or not. If so, then we are like little dull and gloomy, because overcoming section 3 is a difficult task. They do
yes,
in-depth analysis before placing section 3, and that too, when it comes to section 3p, the depth is even more, because they're relying on TKDL, and TKDL has a very self-explanatory English-based documents now. So you are kind of check and met. So in the opposition, whenever the opposition is initiated by third party, they would try to figure out that if section 3 is applicable, then there was quite a chance of victory on their side. And then if it is traditional knowledge, section 3p, then the case becomes even stronger. And of course, they have to take use of TKDL.
Madam,
so that entire topic I'm summarizing into this one.
Suppose if it is not registered, then what is the stance generally by the law firms? How do they see it from that perspective? If it is not registered in the TKDL.
If it is not registered in TKDL, there are other documents also. Thanks to internet, lot of different set of documents are already present, or otherwise as an activist or as a torchbearer, one should go and document them and present them. That was something done in the case of Neiman turmeric way back in 90s, because there was no such database available. So the activist group, the NGOs, documented them and presented before. That's the last thing one can do. But to date, internet has played also a good role to get news or articles or videos in one or other way, maybe in an entertaining way, or maybe in an informative way or literally way.
Thanks.
So hope I've answered to your question in the paucity of time. We can discuss this and you can send me an email for the same.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, once again for answering the questions and for conducting such a wonderful session. It was very informative.
Thank you so much. Pleasure was all mine.
Yes, Gopi madam, thank you. It was very, very informative session, I can say. And this is a topic which you have been opted for the today's discussion. Really, if you go through a lot of discussions, webinar, guest lecture, this is an area where it has been neglected, not discussed at all. And it's a very challenging. I think you have justified this topic. Thank you so much for taking out your time. Okay.
Thank you so much. Pleasure was all mine. It's always a joy to connect with the youth, and that too with the theme of the day. The theme of your called intellectual property. So our torchbearer, our youth is there, and the Navrachna School University is taking very good care of them. So
absolutely,
my regards to you all.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Anika.
Ma'am, we are just waiting for the next speaker. He has not yet joined.
Okay. Just a second.
So with your permission, may I take your leave?
Yes, madam. If you have some work, then fair enough. You can take a leave. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my best wishes to all the students present here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Anika, and thank you, Tarush.
Tarush.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good
You're
job.
most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Requesting all the participants to just wait for 5 minutes. The next speaker is just joining.
Good afternoon, everyone. So due to certain emergency meeting that sir has, I think he'll be unable to join with us today. So we'll be winding up the session now. So Tarush, would you like to take over, please?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. So I would first like to thank all the speakers, dignitaries, and the participants for joining and making the fourth National Symposium a success. Without you, this symposium wouldn't have been a success. Today, we learned a lot of things from motivating the youth to go into the into technological innovation and going for the IP. We have learned a lot. Now, I would like to request Ms. Chandrika Tewatia Raj, the Associate Professor of School of Business and Law, Navrashna University, to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Tarush. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, our principal, Dr. Sujata Patil, and to the most important of all, the participants of this session. So we, as the... Am I audible? Tarush, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. So we would like to thank Dr. Anandya Sarkar, our keynote speaker for today, Chair Professor IPR Nalsar University of Law, Hyderabad. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from the busy schedule and addressing this symposium. We would also like to thank all our resource persons, Ms. Bidisha G. Sen Gupta, Deputy Manager Legal, GSFC Baroda, Mr. Shrikant Katti, Associate General Manager Legal, Syngene International Limited, Bangalore, Ms. Gopi, partner at YG Trivedi and Company, Ahmedabad, and Mr. Pranay Prabhugankar, who unfortunately was not able to make it to our symposium today. I would like to thank our officiating provost Pratyush Shankar sir, as well as our registrar Dr. Sandeep Vasant for their continuous support in our law program. I would also like to thank our associate dean Dr. Hitesh Bhatia, as well as our principal Dr. Sujata Patil for their continuous support. Thank you so much, ma'am. Without this, it would not have been possible. Last and not least, I would also like to thank all the student volunteers who have been with us today. Thank you so much, Tarush, Shivam, Trupti, and Khushbu. Without your support, it would not have been possible. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to all the participants for your patience since morning to hear all the sessions and to collaborate as well as interact with all the resource persons. Thank you so much. We hope to see you at our future events at our university physically as well as online. Thank you so much and have a great day ahead. We have also shared the feedback form on the chat box. Please do fill up the feedback form. If you are not filling up the feedback form, you will not be eligible for the certificate. Thank you so much. Those who are asking in the chat box that about session number 2, Mr. Pranay Prabhunkar, please leave that. It is fine. You can I think it's a compulsory question, so you can just put 1. That would be fine.